poison, who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True Crime Cafe, where secrets bleed. Truth's a bullet, truth's a need. True Crime Cafe, where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Black boots stomping, floors of regret. Ashtrays full, but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls closing. Every sip tastes like original sin. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudged, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start? What's the end? True Crime Cafe, where secrets bleed. Truth's a bullet, truth's a need. True Crime Cafe, where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start? What's the end? True Crime Cafe, where secrets bleed. Truth's a bullet, truth's a need. True Crime Cafe, where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Blood on the counter splattered like rain. Coffee stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clinking, whispers in the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison? Who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True Crime Cafe, where secrets bleed. Truth's a bullet, truth's a need. True Crime Cafe, where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Black boots stomping, floors of regret. Ashtrays full, but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls closing. Every sip tastes like original sin. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudged, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start? What's the end? True Crime Cafe, where secrets bleed. Truth's a bullet, truth's a need. True Crime Cafe, where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start? What's the end? True Crime Cafe, where secrets bleed. Truth's a bullet, truth's a need. True Crime Cafe, where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. Great to see you today. I hope you're all doing amazing as always, because you are amazing. Welcome. Great to see you guys. We are back in Idaho today, guys, discussing yet what I seem to feel is yet another cover up in this case in regards to the video that we saw that was put out when Brian was taken and put in prison. They started an investigation, they set into that, and well, we're going to discuss the joke that has become, amongst other things, today. And of course, I'll be pinning that link. If Eddie or anybody that shows would like to join me and discuss it, let's do it. There's a few other things I'm going to throw out there too and talk about today, or re-talk about, maybe I could put it, as we've discussed it before. So we'll see what's happening. So I'm just saying, yes, I think we pretty much moved to Idaho, folks. So don't pack up your cars yet. We're not done, but we will be leaving and going some other places here soon, but heading back as always. So thank you guys again for joining me. Please hit the like button. Share this out if you will. Tell everybody what we're doing, because you know how this goes. And then at that point, you know where we're headed next, folks. So please and thank you once again for joining us. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay.
right, all right. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Yes. Anytime I get to hear that awesome and amazing song our Molly wrote, folks, is a good time for me. I freaking love that song. She killed it, as she always does. Word for word. She wrote the lyrics. She did it all. We love Molly. She does amazing. She's the videographer here. She does it all. All the stuff we can't do. She does it. So yes, please, 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 before I even said it, they already had it out there. Please go check out Molly's channel, folks. Show some love, support, subscribe if you haven't. She deserves it by all means. Molly's very in touch with her emotions, and like she means what she writes in the songs that she writes. Facts are facts. She always has. So she took me, myself, my channel, what I do, what I've done, what we do as a whole, and she put it into that one song, and she's amazing with that. She truly thinks that way. So she's awesome. I sit here and jam to it when I'm waiting to open it up. I love being able to play it. Truly, truly do. So come on in, guys. Grab a seat, get comfortable. Coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to you all. Whoever you are, wherever you are. I hope it's good for you guys because it's great to be here with you guys as always. I missed you guys so very much yesterday. My head, feels like somebody drove a railroad spike through my forehead yesterday. My head was hurting that bad. These allergies are killing me, folks, every day. I don't know what the hell is going on this year. I've never had allergies. I have allergy issues. I always have, but it's bad this year. This fall, I've had some hospital visits, all sorts of fun things due to respiratory issues from it. It's nuts, but here I am. I missed you yesterday. I'm sorry for those I didn't respond to. I didn't even open my eyes to look at my phone for most of the day. My head was killing me that bad, but I'm here today. That's what matters. I'm grateful to be here with you guys again, and I'm grateful that you guys are here with me. Thank you so very much for the support you give this channel and myself, guys. I love you guys all so very much. So thank you. Come on down. Who we got with us today? It looks like Meg P, the megastar in the house. Beach Babe, welcome back to you. Esther Hahn, great to see you. Scully's in the house, my brother. What's going on? Good to see you. Seahawks fan. Miss Tandy here on lunch break with us again. Eddie's in the house. Thank the Lord. Good to see you. Miss Bonnie Bailey. Wonderful to see you, my love. Always thinking about you every single day. Moonlit Baby, great to see you. Thank you for joining us in Stitches. What is going on? Great to see you. Great to have you here today. The Karma Police in the house again, folks. You better behave. We don't need nobody going out in them little bracelets we know. Miss Brandy B, the OG's in the house, talking about our TikTok. Yes, she runs it. She's amazing with it. Go check it out if you will. Please and thank you. Thank you, Brandy, for being here. Always appreciate you. Typically Unique. Wonderful to see you again, guys. Please make sure you go check out Miss Typically Unique's channel. If we can drop her link, please. Please go show some love over there as well. Support. She's doing it. She's doing it. She's doing it, guys. So please go support her in that aspect and show her that we care. Please and thank you. There's Molly's link as well. Please go support Miss Molly if you will. We love Molly. She does amazing things. Chris Doheny, great to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. Always a pleasure. SRBBB. Great to see you, SRB. Thank you for being here today. And guys, I did go in the other day. I was supposed to have a little meeting with the mods. I was in there for a few minutes. Nobody showed. And I'm like, well, I guess they're not into it today. Must have been busy. But then I saw that they did go in after. So I was too quick and didn't hang out long enough. So I'm sorry about that. We'll catch up today, hopefully. Phineas, welcome. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Elizabeth Wagner, you as well. Sunshine Girls inside in the house today, and we need a little of that sunshine. Miss Paula, the positive one, always happy to see you. Jazzu, what's going on? Good to see you today. Miss Cat K, always happy to see you. Thank you to my blue crew for being here. I couldn't do this without you. We all know that. Don't forget to hit that like button. Thank you, Miss Fizzy. Thank you so very much for all you do. I appreciate you very, very much. Come on down, everybody. Come on down. Truth Seekers in the house. Great to see you. Thank you for being here with us today. Let's see here. Miss Delta. Oh, my good Lord, Miss Delta. Wonderful to see you, dear. I'm so sorry. We don't get to see you more often. Miss Delta works her brains out, folks, but she's been here for a long time, too. And I'm grateful to see her in the house today. Thank you for being here, Zelda. I appreciate you popping in. Judy Covington, great to see you as well. Thank you for joining us. It's cold today here, folks. It's real cold. I had to turn my heat on a little, believe that or not, just for a little bit. Just for a little bit. It warmed back up, but it was freezing this morning. Big Red, great to see you. Emma R, welcome back to you. Great to see you guys. We got too much white in here. We need some more green. We need more green, more green, more green. We need to get some more meatballs in this sauce with us today if we can, somewhere, somehow, some way. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Miss Christina, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. What is going on over here? Let me try this one there. Nope, big. Let's go with that one then. We'll leave it there. Not that one. That one. We'll stick with that one. All right, let's see. Come on in. Come on in. And Miss Bonnie, don't you ever, ever, ever apologize to me. You did not interrupt. And even if you did, I don't care. You're allowed to. Don't ever apologize to me for anything. Please, nothing that you do is rude, dear. Nothing. We love you. I appreciate you. You interrupt me anytime you want to. Please. Come on in, everybody. Eddie, how are you today, my friend? Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you. Yeah, you're right. It is a little chilly. Yesterday was even colder. We had frost on the rooftops and grass.
Yeah, same here. I think our moms got hit by the frost yesterday because it's cold. This morning, though, I woke up and I'm like, as soon as I pulled the blanket off, I was like, what the hell? So I pulled it back over, laid back down. I'm like, I ain't supposed to get up yet. It's too cold outside. It was freezing this morning, folks.
Yeah, time to add a blanket.
Yeah, yep. I looked at my the thermometer thing. It was like, it went down to like 38 last night. I went, no. This is fall. Fall ain't supposed to get that cold yet. I was not ready for that at all. So, So I turned go ahead.
I did go out for my bike rides though. Even yesterday, when I went out, it was around 10 a.m. and it was still like in the low to mid 40s.
That's still pretty chilly.
Yeah, it's really chilly. Yeah, I didn't see anyone else out there. Put it that way.
I hope you were. That's right. They said nope, we're not doing it today. I hope you were bundled up at least.
That's the thing is I had like I do the Lycra thing. The whole cycling gear. Sure. What you would expect, and I had shorts. You don't really need to get your legs too bundled up, but I did double up, in the top layers, and then had a light hat on too under my helmet.
Well, plus once you get moving, it kind of warms your body up a little bit too.
Yep. So if it's a really vigorous workout, then you don't need as much. It all depends on how much effort you're putting.
Sure. Absolutely, yes. And yeah, it was the same temperature here this morning, I think, too. Yesterday it was 38. This morning it was 36. It's just every day a little bit cooler. Now, I love fall. Don't get me wrong. I just wasn't ready to wake up to that temperature yet. So, typically said November 29th of last year, Northeast Ohio. Yes, we sure as hell did. I remember that one. Yes, we did. I didn't know you were in Ohio Unique. We got a lot of peeps from Ohio around here, folks. That's a fact. Again, make sure you're checking out Miss Brandy's TikTok. If you do, jump on over there. Please support that and follow her if you will. Thank you so much, Brandy. Krista Marie, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Great to have you in the house. We got our Texans down here talking about us being wusses and stuff, but you guys, come on now. Just because you guys live down in hell does not mean that we're wussies because we don't like the cold here. 102 in Florida, my God, you can keep that. I don't want it, not at all. My rule for riding a motorcycle was it had to be at least 40. That's about right, yes. I don't know, though. I got some friends that'll ride it in the dead of winter when it's 20 below zero. They just bundle up a little bit more. I'm like, you guys are nuts. You park that thing once you get up because you don't go slow on a motorcycle. I'm just saying you don't. By the time you park that, it reminded me of the movie Dumb and Dumber when they got off the little motorbike together and they were froze together. That's exactly what it reminds me of. Christina Reynolds, good to see you today. Thank you for joining me. CC Ice, great to see you. Exactly. We just prefer not to be cold or too hot. That's right. Amen to that one. I'm begging my husband to move out here. To Florida? No way. Nope. I'm 300 away from 2,000 followers on TikTok. Well, good stuff. Well, we can get you there. Go over and subscribe and follow Miss Brandy on TikTok, folks. If you guys are TikTokers, please and thank you. It's still warm as all hell. Get out in Texas. I'm sure it is. Texas is hell. It's hell. Yes it is. Yes it is. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Yeah, we did. We had to bring some of our plants in last night too, Bonnie. It's crazy. Now the ones that are out there, like the mums and stuff, it is what it is. My mother-in-law's like, they're gonna get room. I said, well, you planted them. What do you want them to do? I'm not digging up plants and bringing them in. Hey, Kent, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us today. Miss Anna D, Truth and Justice, True Crime. Great to see you today. Tomboy Charm, the bomb toys in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, Miss Tomboy. Hope you're feeling better today. Yeah, Texas should get some snow. They definitely should get some snow. They don't really handle it well, but I think they should. It'll cool things down a little bit. I did, Kent. Thank you, my friend. The stuff you sent me. I did. Are you waiting on me for something, Tomboy? What did I do this time? If she's waiting on me, I don't get it. But, okay. Well, it's not 100 degrees, but 75. See, 75 I can handle. If it's not humid, I'm good. Actually, it could stay that way all year, and I'd be happy. But I do like to have snow for Christmas. At least Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. Other than that, you can take it and blow it somewhere else because I don't want it. I don't like cleaning it up is my problem. I like watching snow fall. It's beautiful. Looks great on a crisp winter night when the moon's sitting just right and it's snowing out. It's beautiful. What I don't like is picking it all up the next day after it falls. That's the problem. Becky, scratch it up. Beck. I love doing that. Becky. Good to see you. Gail G74, welcome back. Let's see here. Still laying in bed, huddled under. Oh, I'm sorry, Tomboy. I hope you're feeling a little bit better at least. Please get better. I hate worrying about you guys. I do. I think about my people all the time. Well, thank you, Miss Brandy. I appreciate that very much. It makes a lot. It means a lot. And Brady's been with me for a long time, guys. We're going on 5 years now, I think, that we've been together. Long time. And I appreciate her so much. She does great things with her TikTok. She's doing her own thing over there as well. And I want to support her as much as I can. As always, come on in, everybody, please. 72 peeps in the house. And for some reason, I can't tell. Something happened with my other side, and I can't see how many likes we have, so I can't tell you. What the hell's going on over here? This is weird. It's telling me something about my encoder and this and that. I have no clue what any of that does, but okay. It doesn't give me my likes, so I can't tell.
But that reminds me.
Yes, sir.
I might be coming into some computer trouble here. Windows 10 is no longer going to be receiving updates, and I don't think my PC is Windows 11 compatible. So I don't know what that means. I'm gonna have to figure something out and see.
I think
if I can move forward safely, or if I'm in the market for upgrading or getting a new PC or what. I don't know. I've
heard others. I got a couple emails from some people that were worried about it. I don't know what you have PC wise, how old it is, Eddie, but I know there's certain things that, or what type of a PC. I don't know if you're on a PC itself, like a desktop, or if you're on a laptop or whatever, but I think there's some kind of an update you can get or something you can do to a desktop that'll help you to be able to receive an update or something. I have to talk to Twiz. Twiz is the one that helped me put this together. He actually did it. I just used my hands for it. And ask what the deal is, because I think I have 10 too. I never really upgraded because I didn't like 11 or something like that. I have to look into that, folks. I haven't even done, but I've had other people come to me with that, and I've heard there's a lot of other people that are having issues with that may have issues with it. So I hope not, because you guys need your computers and stuff. And not everybody's going to be able to be in the market to like upgrade a whole new system. They're not cheap anymore. So hopefully we can get that worked out somehow. It depends on the SHOF your computers. Wait, let's try that again. What does that mean, True Seeker? It depends on your. I'm not even going to try to figure. It depends on the age of your computer. There you go. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. I don't know, Beck. They do this all the time because it's money. They know that after a certain period of time that people like us that use these things daily, that need these things, are going to have to buy new ones. That's why they've made them. Because I had a computer before that I put together that had Windows 98 in it for the longest time. And I ran it on that for a long time. And then I changed out the operating program to the operating system to what was that one, Eddie? Windows. It was not a number. It was a different name though. Windows something. I can't remember. That's how long ago. That's when I could actually like put pieces of a computer together without even blinking. I had no worries till they came out with all this new shit, and all the lights and the whistles and all that. Was it not Vista? It was another one, you guys. Good. Thank you though. XP. Nah. It might have been XP. I think it was. And I ran on that forever. I swear to God I did. OCD Shaggy, good to see you. Too fast for please. Thank you for being here. William Tardy, my brother. Great to see you today. Big Red, you as well. But yeah. And all I had to do was change out, like, remember the memory sticks, the little green and black things? You just change them out, add them, remove them, do whatever you got to do. I mean, I did all that kind of shit. No big deal, Not anymore. Now you have like a graphics card and all these other things that you have to actually physically put together. It's not that fun. So, and then like when I first started with this here, I had a little laptop that I started on that was like 20 years old. And then I went from that to a friend of ours. He works for the school system and he's the IT guy. He gave me a classroom desktop that just a little flat, about that big, that they used in schools. And I had that. He gave me a monitor and I had another monitor. I had like two different monitors that mismatched. It was my Frankenstein PC that I called it. I put it all together in different pieces and it worked for a long time. And then everything started locking up and freezing and I was pretty much out of it. And then graciously, the community here, a good friend of ours, David as well, donated to get the Dago a new system. And Twiz was here and we ordered everything that we needed. He called me or I called him and we put it together over the phone and here we sit. And now I'll have to upgrade pieces here and there, I think. But most of it is just downloadable upgrades and stuff. CH, what's up? Motion to bring back I had one of them, the Commodore 64. Good to see you. Yes. And I'm grateful to Twiz, to David, to everybody that helped with this, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this. That's back. Now I have this. I have 3 monitors. I only use 2 really. The other one I'm about to hook up. When I move this around that I've been talking about for 2 years, I'll have that set up. Yeah, I started with Brandy on that stupid piece of shit laptop. She's right. It was literally this big, and it was 25 years old. When I first turned it on, I didn't even know it was going to turn on. And I'm like, well, let me check it out. That's when my kids were like, you got to watch YouTube, Dad. I did. I watched it. And I became enthralled into it. And here I sit today. I haven't heard from Sarge. I know Sarge backed away from this because the legality side to it is really all he was really involved in. He didn't care if Brian did it or not. He didn't care about any of that. He was more interested in the fact that the Constitution was being shit on was his biggest issue, and on how they did things. So that was what the issue was. But Sarge took a break from it because it was a lot, and he was involved in it from the beginning. So I'm sure we'll see him again soon. I haven't. I was actually going to ask one of you guys if you guys had seen Meanie. I haven't seen Meanie in a while. I hope everything's okay. Well, I miss her. As I do most of you guys when I don't see you. I'm glad to see Bonnie in here today. Always thinking about Bonnie. Miss Joanne, great to see you today. Krista says, we have the Blue Angels flying over. That's awesome. Love the Blue Angels. They do really cool things. The air shows, I used to go see those all the time.
Yeah, and then the Air Force has, what is the name of their, is that the Falcons? I forget. I'm guessing.
I think you're right. Something like that. Miss Jane Kendall, great to see you today.
Thank you.
Thunderbirds. Yep. William Tardy, there you go. Yeah, the Navy is the Jesus Criminy, we just said it. The Blue Angels. That's the Navy, right? Yeah, okay. I thought the Marines and the Army had something too that was for everybody, but I could be wrong. I know most of our flyers are Air Force and Navy, but Tammy C, good to see you, dear. Wish me luck tomorrow. Good. I'm glad. Proud of you for fighting for that. Brandy, you know that. Brandy's got a child, Matthew. He's actually our family child here within the community. We love Matthew, who's very low functioning autistic. And Brandy's had to move a couple times out of force. And she's moved him school to school. And every time she has to move him, the schools do not follow along with the plan and the program that's put in place for Matthew, and causes her so much drama that it's highly unnecessary. And she's been fighting since she moved, which was the beginning of the summer, to get him back to where he should be. Period. And I'm proud of her for fighting for that, because that's hard to do. And she's pretty much does everything on her own, and always has. So we're proud of you, Brandy. We love you. And I'm grateful to see that everything is falling into place, hopefully, as it should. Let me see. Let me change that and turn that down. Again, I missed you guys yesterday. I'm sorry. My head was split in half, and I could not do this today. I couldn't even look at this yesterday. So come on in. Guys, please, again, if we can drop Typically Unique's link, I appreciate that very much. I'd love to get as many people over there supporting her as we can. Subscribing, hitting the like button, and sharing it out, please, and thank you. Pappy Man, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Thank you guys for the purple hearts and memory of Wisdom Speaks. We appreciate that so very much. So, what is new in the Eddie world? What's going on in your life, Eddie, besides your bike ride stuff?
Yeah, I'm not ready to hang up the cycling. I pretty much ride until it's unsafe, like, icy roads or whatever. If it's cold out, I'll just adjust how I dress for it.
Sure. What do you ride? Like, what kind of, if you don't mind me asking, what kind of a bike do you have?
It's like a road bike, but I do like a mixture of gravel and road too, because there's gravel roads around here too. Yeah.
Cool. Very cool. I have a Schwinn that we've had here for a long time. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. I have a Schwinn. I have a Mongoose. I have an old one here, an old Mongoose. Jesus, it was Cadence. It's a smaller, like a freestyle bike we have in the garage. But the other two, we have two Schwinns. I have a Schwinn. Brandy has a Schwinn. And then we have the Mongoose Mountain. They're all three mountain bikes. One of them has the extra... The Mongoose, I think it is, has the fatter tires. I don't like those. I just like the standard mountain biking tires that have like the thick tread on it for like off-road stuff. That's what mine and hers are. We don't use them very often. I want an electric bike, you guys, because I'm getting old and lazy and my knees are killing me. I want to try it out and see how they work. the ones that you can pedal still if you choose, but when your feet give out and your knees give out, you can just flip that switch and off you go. That would be awesome, I think. But yeah, biking, I used to love it. I used to go out late at night in the summertime after midnight usually. Because that's when it would cool down, and I would ride all over. When I lived in the city, I'd ride all over the city at night, just checking things out and enjoying it. Very awesome. Do you have a bike trainer for off-season riding? You have one of those, Eddie?
I do. I don't like it. I like to be outside rather.
I think that's part of it. That's part of it is the outdoors, folks. Experiencing the outdoors and in different places in different ways. You know, that's what I used to love about it. They have low rider. So you know what, I wanted to put one of those together, typically one of the old school banana seat type things as a project. I always wanted to do that. My buddy used to build those with the handlebars were made out of chain and the different styles and the paint jobs and stuff. He used to make those as a hobby. I always wanted to do one just as a project, just to see what it turned out like. But I've seen down the road, there's a younger couple lives down the road. I think he does that stuff because he has a trike. It's a 3-wheel, front wheel with the 2 sides, and there's a back seat that sits behind. It's got a banana seat, and he's got a big basket on the back of it. And he rides in the summertime. He rides around with speakers connected to the sides, and he blasts his music going up and down the road. It's hilarious, though. But yeah, that would be cool. So, oh, thank you, Joanne. I appreciate it very much. It's all sinus and all allergy related. Every bit of it is. So, come on in, everybody. Just a minute or two more to get everybody in here, and we'll get kicking. 1 second. So did you see anything about that, Eddie? We all know about the video that was put out from the prison about Brian when he first got there, supposedly, and that they started an investigation into that, and they were almost there. Well, then they figured it out. Well, and then like everything else, in my opinion, they've covered it up. Surprise.
They know who did it.
Oh, they do. They absolutely. And wait till you hear the answer that they give for it. You guys just won't get it. I won't believe it. It's insane to me. The answer they give for it.
Before we get into that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it okay if we follow up real quick with what we were discussing last time?
Yeah. I was expecting you to have some kind of an answer to that. Absolutely. Yes.
It caused me to do a deep think.
Absolutely.
If everyone recalls, last time Dago was live streaming, we kind of got to discussing about the leaks, the leaks by sources and the effect that the leaks have had, the way it kind of directs the narrative. When did we hear the leaks? And then we kind of got specific, and we were kind of specifically looking at the leak of Maddie and Kaylee being in the same bed together.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
So we discussed that for a while, but here's what I've come up with since, some of my thoughts, and this is important. So at the vigil, which was November 30th, we heard Steve G say that they ended up dying together in the same bed.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to ask ourselves, was that scripted or was it genuine? Because think about this. Kaylee and Maddie being in the same bed together is a problem because it doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if the PCA came out and that is the first time the public learns about that. So how do you fix the problem?
Good point.
You get ahead of it. You normalize it beforehand. So when the PCA comes out, it's no longer an issue. It's already been fixed. Along with the lies that is continually being pumped out there. Mix in a few truths. There's nothing better than that to ensure that the lies are bought and accepted. The fact that Kaylee and Maddie were in the same bed together makes no sense. How can that even happen? And as we learned, they were sleeping. They felt no pain, no screams. Guys, that makes zero sense.
Of course not.
And the family never even questions it. Have you noticed that?
Nope. In fact, they carry that narrative along with them through everything. That's very, very true. Very true.
At times, some of the things that the family says seems contrary to what is even possible or normal.
Agreed.
Remember, we've always heard, stop spreading rumors and wait for facts from law enforcement.
Mm-hmm. Trust them. That's right.
Captain Lanier said it. The colonel said it. The statement from the family on the 14th, I think it was on Creme 2 News, said it. That message was a continual, reoccurring theme.
Yep.
So, notice at the vigil, a very critical detail of the crime scene is disclosed by the family. And then the following day, an admonishment for doing so. They were admonished. The reason for being admonished was because it was going to compromise the investigation.
Absolutely.
Ha ha ha. How so? How could that compromise the investigation? That's ridiculous. But it's a good, plausible way to explain off the admonishment, why they were reprimanded.
Mm-hmm.
It made sense.
Yeah.
To us.
Absolutely.
Notice that the admonishment is a selling tactic to disguise the real truth of how the crime scene detail was interjected into the public domain. The PSYOP tactic is so compelling that it'll trick the keenest skeptic.
Mm-hmm.
Oopsies, I said too much. Doggone it.
Right.
Did you guys think that a PSYOP was going to be conspicuous and easy to see? Now, if you can see all of that, then you'll also realize that it was not a mistake by the family, rather a conscious, deliberate willingness to agree to be the conduit, which disseminates that narrative. Guys, they're on board.
They have
this is the last thing, but the most important. If you cannot see, or if you disagree that they're on board, then that means you believe law enforcement gave them that critical information without warning them to never share it. Law enforcement.
On the contrary, yes.
Right. Hey, I'm going to tell you something, and it's very critical, so don't say anything to anybody. Okay. Yeah, right. Like that's how that works.
That's never happened. They gave it to them knowing they were going to share it. That's the whole point and basis behind it. I think we all believe that, Eddie, at this point.
Furthermore, telling them to share it, helping them possibly write that portion.
Mm-hmm.
Law enforcement would never have shared it to begin with if it was critical information. Look at it like this. If you have a secret that you want nobody to know about and you tell one person it, and then you tell that person, now don't ever say anything to anyone, and that person does, who is guilty of letting the secret out? There's a saying, if you want everyone to know, just tell one person.
That's bingo. Bingo.
In other words, law enforcement would never tell unless they intended it to get out. Shh, don't say nothing. Don't tell. Yeah, right.
100%, bro. 100%. And that's truly. It's like they stepped. Let me add to that. It's like they stepped back when this all went down, and they waited. I'm not saying this is what happened. This is my opinion. They stepped back, and this is law enforcement. They watched and waited for a period of time to see who was going to come forth and start doing this about this case. Well, we all know conveniently who did. Steve Gonsalves and the Gonsalves family. Well, bingo. There they are. There's our tool. This is who we're going to use through this entire case to get the narrative that we have put out here spread to the world. and they will run this for us without fail. Make sure that we tell them everything we need to. They will put it out. Anything that needs leaked, we're going to give it to them. It'll get out. That's exactly how I see this happening, how it happened, how it did work. And it did. And they used them to the very end to get what they wanted in this case, period. That's how I see it. They used them for the PSYOP, per se, okay, to build it. But like I said, it's like they stepped back and waited just a period of time to see who that was going to be. Without fail, here a family member is going to get involved, period. Here they come. And it leads to other questions with other family members. And I don't attack families, guys. You know that. I feel horrible for them in all aspects for what they have suffered, per se. But at some point, the Gonsalves family had to get on board with this. Whether they saw what was happening or not, they were still on board with it. They even admitted to that he leaked certain things. It was purposely stated, or I'm sorry, it was stated that there were things purposely being spread that were untrue, that they knew that was untrue, that they were spreading to run the specific narrative for a point. That's that you don't do that, but they did because they needed justice in their minds, in my opinion, to make this happen. That's how they may have looked at it. But the other side of it, the law enforcement that was pushing it, we obviously know that's not why they were doing it. So very good point. Very good point. Very good point. And thank you, Eddie, for that.
And what a stronger source of information than the families themselves. Because who's going to doubt it? Who would have the courage to even say anything? They would be immediately attacked.
Yes.
And that the pushback on that would be so strong.
Which is why. And nobody did. Nobody said a word. No, nobody disagreed with for the longest time. Nobody argued about. Nobody made negative comments about for the longest time. It
Very few.
Taboo. Yeah, very few. It was taboo.
I look back on that vigil. I think Conspiracy has like a short, not a short, but a video that's not very long. And I just reviewed that since your live stream. And it's amazing. There are, now and again, there is a commenter who, it's interesting reading the comments always. There was a commenter way back. We're talking like right after that vigil that, and I'll just paraphrase, I can't remember, that was very skeptical and said, this doesn't even sit well with me. I don't trust what I'm hearing. This is all wrong. It's amazing that some people had the vision to be able to see that what they were seeing wasn't quite right. It's few and far between.
Right.
There's not many out there. And those are the outliers. I mean, like 1 out of 100 or 1 out of 1,000 isn't even going to make a ripple. They'll be their voice would be squelched. Nobody even noticed them. And if they are noticed, people think that they're cuckoo.
Sure. Absolutely.
But just in summary, so, law enforcement tells the family. Law enforcement, in other words, can't keep their own secret, but they go around whispering it to select parties and then burdening them with keeping it. Come on. Makes zero sense.
Good. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Drew. Yes. Agreed. Eddie, agreed. The vigil is a great video to watch. Drew says you can hear the lies in all the kids' voices. All of them are storytelling on that video. Most of the kids that spoke knew exactly what happened. And we were told that years ago that there were many people that were there that are involved, that are surrounding these kids, that knew exactly what happened and why. Believe it, don't believe it, whatever you need to do, but perceive it the right way is the best way you can, folks, is my definite advice to you. And yes, real quick, Lana, first off, let me do this. I'm sorry, I missed it. Too fast for please. Kicked it off. Thank you so much for that. One towards the goal. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Please, we love you. We appreciate you guys. And then SRB throws it in too. I love caffeinated. I like caffeinated dig. Thank you so much, SRB. I appreciate you, hon. That's 2 towards the goal. We are rolling forward. Thank you so much for that, both you guys. I love you so much and appreciate you very much to keep this show rolling for all you beautiful people that deserve it. I appreciate that much. Red Riding Hood, great to see you. SRB, thank you. And Too Fast for Please, thank you both so very much. God bless. But yes, very good points. Very good points. Cat Lady's in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for being here, Cat Lady. Dean, welcome back. CH, great to see you today. Yvonne, always a pleasure. Christina, great to see you too. Miss Joanne's in the house. Always happy to see you. So Lana posted on Truth and Transparency's posting page, the community page. Sally Shepardson, good to see you as well. That Cy Ray is now going to be teaching a class, folks, through Homeland Security called oh shit, I just lost it. It's something about avoiding the plea, something like that. So that's quite interesting to me. I cannot wait to see how that plays out. But interesting is all hell. Avoiding the plea. You gotta love it. Snooper, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. I really want to know if 911 was called at 3:01 a.m. or any other time early on. And if so, I want to see the report. Good question, Snooper. Preventing the plea. Thank you, Joanne. That's it. So Cy Ray, we know who he is and what part he's taken in this case. And involving what with the plea deal, how that would affect it. But he's teaching a class through Homeland Security called Preventing the Plea. That's got to be comical to me and to the rest of you as well, knowing what we know. And I know that with Cy's experience, his background, and the reputation he has created and well-deserved, that is going to be, knowing that is just beyond interesting to me. Thank you, Joanne, for correcting me. So yes, I love it. I love it, love it. I doubt it, Ro, but it would be interesting if it was. That'd be for sure. That sends a message loud and clear to Idaho. Sure as hell does. Thank you for that. Becky. What is sad is we don't even know if whatever Dylan has said even happened. Thank you. Great point. Any of it. It could be all totally different. I'm beginning. I've been there, but yes, I agree with that. And I have some other thoughts that I wanted to throw out as well. Just some refresh things that we've already looked at that were let go conveniently a long time ago that we could throw out there as well. Micro Blue, good to see you. Who assigned the case to Hitler? Interestingly enough, William, he did. He was on the board. When they do these things, they bring together a board of people that gets to figure out who the judge is going to be. He was on the board, and he assigned himself, per se. I'm not saying he did it all on his own, but he was part of it. But he comes out and pretends to play the game. Oh, I'm here. I just don't want to lie to you and make you believe that I'm happy to be here, folks. Bullshit. I'm calling literal bullshit. Okay? Because we know that happened at this point. And if that's the case, that should truly it's comical. It's comical to me that he pretended to be. I know. Hard. It's hard. Very hard to not laugh at. Very hard to not laugh at. Because it's a joke. It's a joke, okay? Because if you're part of picking who's going to be the judge on the case, and then you show up, come on. Let's play like big people here now. Not you guys, but them. They believe that we're stupid, okay? They truly believe we're stupid. And that nobody's going to figure this out. Come on. Please, don't.
Bullshit. A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit?
Nobody's dumb enough to not know that, okay? We get it. But don't pretend like we don't get it, because we do. Thank you so much, Miss Tandy. Use this to buy breadcrumbs to listen. Oh, Jesus. I told you I didn't even open my eyes yesterday, but thank you for number 4, Miss Tandy, already. And who was number 3? Hold on here. Somebody else dropped one too. Thank you guys so much for helping us hit this goal. You guys are amazing. Miss Cat dropped number 4. Tandy was number 3, and coffee time is the best time. Thank you, Cat. God bless. I love you guys so very much. Scotty's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Yes, it is absolute bullshit, Drew. We know that. So, I mean, come on. And again, I gave Hitler the first hearing I saw Hitler. And I said, all right, well, okay. We'll see what you do. And I even told you guys, I think, Eddie, you might have been here for that hearing. And I said, well, maybe you'll go right down the middle. He seems like a no-nonsense type of a judge, and that's that. Okay, fine. And then the bullshit came. And it was pretty evident right there that the man, AR and his wife were there. Twiz was there. They both said the same fucking thing. The man has his mind made up. It's done. It's over. We're just here, and it's just for show now at that point. And I think not everybody was on board with that at first, but facts are facts. They were right. That's it. And here we are today. Thank you, Meg. God bless. You guys are killing me today. Again, 5 out of 10 already, and we're only 56 minutes in. You guys are amazing. I love you all so very much. Yes. So it's just a joke to me. It's a joke. Thoughts, Eddie?
Yeah, he's compromised. He was compromised right out of the gate.
Well, when you pick yourself to be on the panel to be the judge on the case, that should tell you all right there. And I didn't even know that. That had to be told to me and then shown to me. And it's like, yeah, you don't get to do stuff like that. You know, you don't. But he did. Just like everything else they did. And let somebody challenge it and watch what happens. You'll get called a conspiracy theorist. I don't care what experience you have in law enforcement. 30 years, 40 years, 60 years, you're a conspiracy theorist. We don't want you part of this case. What happened? Same thing. As soon as Cyray called out some corruption possibilities, you're a conspiracy theorist. Shame on you, Mr. Hitler. Shame on you. Truly shame on you. And your professionality that doesn't exist. Thank you so much, Christina. I appreciate it. I love your avatar because I love Halloween. God bless. And I appreciate that so much. KP, what it do? Good to see you. Would love to revisit your old agreed. You're not the only person that said that, so we may do that again. Just because it points out some things that have come to reality. So thank you, KP, for that. Number 8 out of 10 already. Good points. Jesus criminy, you guys. I can't even keep up with you guys. And then we got CC. Thanks for being you and for being genuine. Thank you for being you. And thank you for, holy shit, what is that? ZAR. So that must equal out something else. I don't know what that stands for, but thank you, CC. I appreciate that so very much. And God bless. I try to be as real as I can. And so do you guys. And that's what I love about you. Micro. Finally, I mean, me adore you. We adore you as well, Micro. And thank you so much for that. God bless. You guys are amazing. Truly amazing. 8 out of 10. And we're not even an hour in. You guys rock and roll. I love it. It's all been a joke, folks. And here we are once again, in my opinion, with another cover-up, as you're going to see. So we all saw a photograph that came out right away as soon as Brian was convicted of the man standing in a cell in prison, you know, doing his own thing. And somebody had to take a picture of it and then a video of it. That works at the prison, obviously. You can't just get in there and take photographs if you're a paparazzi or if you're part of the media. You can't do that. It doesn't work. So it's somebody that worked there. Okay. They put it out within 24 hours and bing, bang, boom. Then they say that there's an investigation into it. Miss Rowena dropped another one, 9 out of 10 in it. Jesus Christ. You guys are killing me already. Thank you so very much, bro. Love ya. Appreciate you. I love this community so very much. Thank you again. Amazing, Ro. Thank you. Thank you. One more, guys, and you get all the confetti you want. So who wants to be the one to hit number 10? Thank you. Thank you so much, guys, to get that confetti out there. I don't get to see it, but you guys do. So they look into this person. They get into this investigation. They keep throwing us these things out. Oh, we're close, guys. We're going to get there. We'll get it to you. We'll show you the information when it happens. Somebody's going to be prosecuted for this. This can't happen. Blah, 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 blah. Thank you, Gil, so much, because we're born in the same year. Well, God bless. I love you. November 23rd of 1974. That's right. Thank you so much, Gil. Much love to you. I love you all back, Miss Christina. Truly, I do. And here we are. And guess what? Guess what? There'll be no charges. There'll be no prosecution. Conveniently, as I'm going to show you, it was tweeted out, whatever you call it. They know who it is. They had the person. But guess what? That person very conveniently just chose to resign. And now there's nothing to be done. Isn't that convenient? Thank you so much, Tom Boyd. 10 out of 10 in a minute, or I'm sorry, 1 hour and 8 seconds. We hit that. That is unbelievable. And Mr. Tardy dropped one right after. Thank you so much. Good God, you guys. And I'm sure there was confetti. I hope there was at least. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. I'm going to do it again just for the hell of it. Eddie, any thoughts on that before I show it? I know you're not surprised.
No, it's not surprising at all. And it goes hand in hand with what was that documentary, the latest one that caused Judge Hippler to, quote, become pissed because of
the Dateline hit piece. Yeah.
If there was a compilation made of the mainstream media saying that, he's pissed, and the date of that compilation when mainstream media talking heads are using that exact phraseology, and then a compilation of everyone thereafter copying and repeating that he's pissed. He's gonna Judge Hippler. He's pissed. He's gonna get to the bottom of this.
Right.
He's all business. You don't mess around with
Sure.
him. He's all about that justice. Pissed boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As soon as I heard and who was saying that he was pissed, I just rolled my eyes. I'm like, I can't even believe this.
Exactly. Thank you for pointing that out, Eddie, because once again,
bullshit.
Because that's all I see it is. Okay. You have to put a good show on, folks. You got to put a show on. You got to make everybody believe in you. A good actor is a method actor, and they make sure it's believable. Problem is that they didn't do that because, like he said, he called it. A lot of us said, "Yeah, okay." I don't believe there ever was an investigation. Steve Gonsalves himself said, "I don't believe there's an investigation." I agreed with him on that, and I still don't think there's an active investigation. There may be something in the paperwork that there's one. That doesn't mean it's real. It doesn't mean they're looking at anything. They don't need to look at it because they already know, in my opinion, who's who and what's what. Okay, so. There's that. Ellison, welcome. Good to see you. Samira, welcome back to you as well. Grateful to have you all in the house. So, yeah. Truly, guys, that's truly what I think. It's a show. The whole thing has been a show. In a bad one at that. Bad one. Bad. It should be canceled for the season. They need to come back with something better. Because this one, I was not a fan of. I wouldn't even watch the reruns on it. I'll be honest with you, if you know what I mean by that, because it was horrible. Very bad stuff. Very bad stuff. That's all I'm going to say.
In my humble opinion, Dago, what they did was they took all the judges in Idaho, and they put them all in a lineup, and they go say, well, who can we get to be as biased as where we can get our way in this?
Mm-hmm.
I can think about all the people that had stepped down since they moved the trial out of Latah. Then there are half the people that was over the investigation walked away from it.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
a red flag right there.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's definitely an issue. Welcome, Idaho. Good to see you.
That's a major issue because we never see nothing like that.
Good point. Thank you, Meg. Very good point.
Once you get in prison, that's it.
Yep. I said it before. They got what they needed. They got their job done. And this man, like I said, picked himself to oversee this case. That's a problem. And why did nobody call that out? Here we go with this echo shit again. Jesus. Why did nobody call that out? Anybody? Why did nobody call him out on that? Because what's going to happen if they do? Nothing. Nothing at all. They'll be ignored, shut down, pushed to the side, attacked in some form, and that'll be the end of it. Nobody's going to do anything. Nobody's going to do a damn thing about it, okay? That's what I want to know. Yeah, good point, Beach Babe. Or I'm sorry, yeah, it was Becky. I'm sorry. I don't know how Hitler was able to get away with his first comment in court. Thank you. I don't know how Hitler was allowed to get away with any of the things he stated in court. Nobody has called any of it out. In my opinion, I'm sorry. He should definitely be charged with judicial misconduct in this case. He should not have allowed for things to happen that he allowed. The plea, one of them, he shouldn't have allowed for that to go through, knowing what he knew and saw. Don't tell me he didn't read through any of the documents, because he has to. He has to. Somebody has to that he's affiliated with, a secretary, something. He has to know these things, folks. He has to. So he knew, but he accepted the plea anyway, knowing what he knew. That's misconduct, in my opinion. He worked side by side, per se, not physically and not realistically, but he did with the prosecution. This man is not supposed to do this. He made a statement when they brought forth the alternate perpetrator situation about how they couldn't possibly be, and that the foundation was not enough because they didn't drive, or they're not related to the white Elantra. Are you fucking serious? What judge makes a statement like that in a case like this? That's not his place to say things like that, folks. It's not his place to say half of what he said. He's there to protect Brian Koberger and his rights during this trial. He didn't do any of that. He did the exact opposite of that, in my opinion. Then he's made so many offhanded comments and done so many offhanded things to make a statement. If it's true, I mean, I don't know why it wouldn't be, because it could be checked by anybody, but to make a statement to a family member that's saying, I want justice for this case. I want justice for my daughter. I want to know this, this, and that. And to stand up and say, do you think you're going to bring her back, Steve? What is wrong with this guy? And then he sits up there and acts like he's crying during the sentencing. Called Brian a liar. Basically called Brian a piece of garbage. That's not doing what a judge is supposed to do, but he did. Why would we believe anything he says? Well, you believe that he agreed to these charges. You believe that, but you won't believe anything else he says? That's a bullshit excuse again. I could hit this bullshit button all day, folks. We know this. So, yeah, the man, no. Nope, no. Yeah, right. Saying all that without seeing the autopsies. Good point there, Drew. Very good point. And more. I'm sure we could add to this, folks. Do you want me to keep going? I don't think we need to, though, because I think we get the point.
You may have already brought it up, Dago, but the side radio.
That
was enough to throw the case out right there and there.
That should have been. That was the first thing he did that he should have never said or done was when he sat there and said, I don't want to lie to you and tell you I'm happy to be here. What the fuck? That's highly unprofessional, but okay. You don't say things like that, okay? When you're overseeing a case like this, but that was number one. Then he called out a man that he called out a man's reputation, basically, is what he did. A man that has 30 years experience in law enforcement, military, and basically created the caste thing, okay, in that sense, and you call him a conspiracy theorist. That's professional. I know I'd want him overseeing my case. According to what I understand, Drew, no, he's got an interview set up with Lana at Truth and Transparency, side does, but they have to wait, from what we understand, until his stuff is unsealed. And I think he's doing that just to make sure he's treading safe waters, for lack of better terms, I guess, because he does have a reputation to uphold. He does have a career that he needs to protect. I get it. You know what I mean? But it's beyond unusual for any kind of a judge in any case whatsoever to make any of the statements that Hitler's made. So if somebody wants to argue with me that he wasn't compromised, we're going to stand on this hill and argue until you think you can push me off of it. But I don't think you're going to. That's all.
I wouldn't say decide to sue the judge. I think somebody needs to step up and say, look, this is all wrong. See what we can do.
Where's the Department of Justice at, Hemisphere? Why haven't they stepped in yet? Welcome, Sarah. Great to see you, dear. Somebody, anybody. Why hasn't the Department of Justice stepped in and said, whoa, what's going on here? I mean, I'm sure they know about it. I'm sure people have alerted them to the bullshit that's happened, but where are they at this point? I'm hoping that this happens soon, you know, unless they're building something or they're looking into it maybe already. But I would have assumed, knowing what I know about the government, this would have been already something that had been touched on. And it could have been. They're not going to tell the public about it, maybe. I don't know. But I sure as hell don't think that. I haven't seen anything that makes me think anything's happened.
Have you been hearing about what's going on with our FBI? A lot's going on with the FBI.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of the different hearings and stuff with Cash and all that. Yeah, there's a lot. I know. There's a whole lot. I think a lot of it is in relation to some of this stuff too. The president himself made a statement about this. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Just saying.
No doubt.
Not how a judge is supposed to act all the way to the last hearing. Thank you. Eddie, Hemisphere, everybody in here. Have you ever seen anybody clap during a witness impact statement or a victim impact statement ever? That's one of the most unprofessional things I've ever seen in my life. That was a circus that day, folks. Truly a circus. And the person that should have reacted, that should have been appalled, that should have made a statement, that should have jumped off out of his seat, did this and did that, didn't even blink. Didn't even blink. I don't care what all these guilters and all these idiotic, stupid people out here, and I'm going to say it because I've watched them do it, are saying, oh, Brian made this face. Brian mumbled this under his breath. Brian did this. Brian did that. No, he didn't. Stop lying. Okay? Sit down, shut up, and stop lying, because just because you want it to be doesn't mean it's true. Okay? It never happened. The man didn't even blink. He didn't change his facial expressions. He didn't do anything, as he well should have at that point. He was called out of his name multiple times. He was called things he was never accused of. And the judge sat there and just...
it was good theater.
Wiped his eyes because he was broken.
Can y'all imagine?
Yes, you're right, Eddie. Great theater.
Real quick, Hemisphere. Here's what's amazing is maybe 50% of the gallery was clueless and believes that Brian is truly guilty. I would say 50% at best. But the scary thing is nobody else in that courtroom believed that he is guilty. Not the judge, not anyone on the prosecution, not anyone on the defense, not any of the victims who spoke. Nobody, in other words, who had a a role or participated in those proceedings that day believed that he was. There's an echo again, I think, Dago.
Oh, damn, that didn't take long. Jesus, I just clicked a button. Hold on. Good Lord Almighty. Hold on a minute. I don't know what's going on YouTube, but you need to fix this.
And you kind of sound remote too, like you're.
How about now?
Oh, there you are. You're back.
Okay.
Much better. No echo either. Yeah, nobody. Everyone knew that he was innocent. In other words.
I agree with that. The whole time that they were sitting there talking, Anne had a little bit of a kind of a grin on her face because she knew it wasn't real. She knew what he was doing and why he was doing it, and knew that what he was doing was not him admitting to guilt. It's a very sad day in that sense, but she knew. But the sad part to the whole thing is on everybody on the other side of the road, they know too. They know.
They know.
They do know. I'm
course they know.
confident that they know because they couldn't not know. Let's put it that way. They couldn't not know, okay? Somebody that has the experience that Bill Thompson has, he knows. And if he doesn't know, I want every year that the man has put in back as a prosecutor.
I would have to say that Anne's expression was more like impassive, like she had game face on. Like she can't even believe that she lived to see this day and what is happening here. And she's powerless to do anything to right it.
There's nothing she could do, right?
Not W-R-I-T-E, but R-I-G-H-T.
Yeah. Yes, to right the wrong. Exactly. Thank you, Bonnie. God bless, hon, so very much. Christina Reynolds, welcome to the sauce, and thank you for the new membership gifted. Appreciate you. But yeah, exactly. She knew there's nothing that at that point that Anne could do to right the wrong that had been done. No matter how hard she tried, it wasn't going to matter. There was nothing that she could have done at that moment.
That's right.
To make it right.
And it ticks me off because they made her look bad.
They tried. They tried. Let me rephrase that because I don't think she looked bad, Eddie. I know there are people that do. I don't think Anne looked bad. I think they tried to make her look bad in that
Better
light. Better
stated, yeah.
I don't
it's
think
the ones who can't see through all this smog that believe that she, their takeaway is that she looks bad. She couldn't even defend and blah, 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 whatever they're saying. It's kind of silly. I don't listen too much, but yeah, they tried to make her look bad. She's the only one that can stand upright and stand tall.
That's right. And she was truly bullied into the situation and position she's in. And they tried to make her look bad. And I'm not just saying this because I have my little man crush on her. Okay, folks, all jokes aside. Anne is an amazing attorney. Anne has done amazing things. There's no way this was her fault. She did everything she could do, and she did her job. She saved this man's life. She took the death penalty off the table. I know she wanted to do more than that. I guarantee you she wanted to do more than that. I still think she may, okay? Because she's that good. And like I've always said to you guys, Ann Taylor does not ask a question without knowing the answer first. She does not move forward with emotion without knowing the outcome first. She does not do any of this without knowing what's going to happen before she does it.
Her expression was like this. You go and you have the royal straight flush and you put your cards down and then the house has a pair of deuces and then they take all your money saying that the house wins.
Right. Right.
And you're all by yourself. And then there's, everyone associated in that place, all the onlookers and all the employees, they're all these big brutes and they all are on the side of the house. Mm-hmm. And they agree with the house. That's the house's money. House won.
Absolutely.
What would you do?
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. That's
you would know that you've been took, and it's
the only thing Anne could have done
game over.
Yeah, right. That's it. She could have maybe done something about it, but at what cost? The loss of her own safety, her own well-being. Brian wouldn't have wanted that. He would not want her to put her career, her reputation, her life, her family's lives, any of that kind of stuff on the line to save him. Nobody would want that has any kind of conscience, okay? Nobody would. And that's, in my opinion, the only way that she could have done something about the situation, by calling it out. And by doing that, you're basically sticking both feet in the fire when you do something like that. Think about it. She could have, just as much as we do. She absolutely could have said, okay, I'm done. That's enough. This is bullshit, Your Honor. I know this, and this. This idiot over here with the beard, boom, boom, boom. And the one sitting next to him, boom, boom, boom. She could have given all that out there. And then probably could have showed proof of it. At what cost is the point, folks?
You know what? Here's an irony. They needed her to do a really good job. They needed her because that makes them look better. She tried everything. She did her job. She did it very well. She didn't miss a beat. And all the while, the trolls took care of the problem. Yes. She was doing such a good job that, she's throwing more spaghetti against the wall, see what can stick. Another supplemental motion to compel and blah, blah, blah. They just kept on, being the peanut gallery over there. And the better she tries, then that makes it look more valid on the prosecution side. She was playing the real game. They were playing the cheat.
Yes.
They had the cheat codes.
Yes.
And the better she tried, then the more the public fell for it.
That's.
She was not, when she went to. She's an alumni of Idaho State, whatever. Silly. Although that may be the case, but she's not one of them. She was never part of it.
Absolutely. You guys are still getting an echo?
I didn't have one through that myself.
Where is this echo coming from? Hold on a minute here.
There's like a whispering or some background noise. I'm not sure if it's coming from your end or his.
About now.
Nothing still.
Anything at all? Any background noise? Anything, you guys?
Since I mentioned the background noise, it has now stopped. Was that on your side, Dago? Or
I muted Hemisphere because I think I'm picking up something from his background. That's all.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, it's all right. That happens from time to time. No echo, no background. Okay, good. I just want to make sure. But yeah, all of that is fact, folks. It's all fact, in my opinion. And if somebody were to come out and prove anything that I've said wrong, I'm going to be the first person to stand up and go, you know what? I'm absolutely appalled. I'm sorry. I was wrong. And I've learned.
So the TV background noise is back, just FYI.
Okay, so that it was that then. All right, I'll just keep that muted until he has to speak. There we go. So that's what it was. Gotcha. But yeah, that's exactly what my point is. Like, I don't mind being wrong. In fact, I want to be wrong. I think we learned that way. But I'm not. In my opinion, at this point, I do not believe that I'm wrong about anything I just said. I truly don't. Yeah, I mean, 100%. Are we talking about the report number 77 is it from ISP or Moscow? I have no problems reviewing that again. That's it, JC. That's all it is. We just want answers and we want justice for the victims. That's it. That's all any of this has ever been about. Nothing more. It's not about exposing, corruption or I don't care about that shit other than for the reason to show the truth. But if you can show us the truth, you can keep your corruption. I don't give a fuck at that point. Okay. I don't want to see it happen again, but it will. That's why we still talk about it. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. So I can't pull any links out of the chat, Stacy. I don't know if one of the mods can pull it and send it to me in another way. I don't even see it, to be honest with you. I don't think you can post it in here unless you're a moderator. So if I can get that, if one of the mods want to grab the link or pull the link, I'll definitely pull that up. I have no problem. Gene Miggs, welcome. It is. It's very embarrassing to. It would be embarrassing for me as an American citizen to have another country look at our judicial system and go, "What are they doing? How does that even work?" And laugh at us because it happens. Okay, when they see these things, it's a joke. It's the most amazing country on the planet, in my opinion. And this is what we have right now.
Not to mention, Dago, that what I was going to say earlier, the previous parentings that's ever been through this whole thing like this, that has gone through a trial and seen the man that was responsible getting justice for the crimes that he committed, and they had to be, I can only imagine, sitting there looking at all this and going, this is so much injustice to everybody, all those parents. And it's a major, not only to our judicial system, but it's a major black eye to that town, the state, all that. You can't,
It
you
is.
can't keep, well, we're going to, get rid of everything and just, whatever, and think everything's going to go back to normal. No.
There's the problem. This is something that they have done forever. We have people that I know that live there, that are from there. Tomboy grew up in that area. Molly lives there, around that area. They've told me from day one, this is what it's about in that area. It's not new. It's not strange. It's not weird. This is how they do things. It's always been that way. I was talking to people this morning.
I'm sorry, Dago, but once the truth does come out and everything is put back the way it's supposed to be, truthfully, and the people that deserves to get put in jail is in jail, they got their justice, they might not like it.
Well, here's the problem. Do you truly think that's going to happen?
No, I doubt it.
It's not going to happen, okay? Because that's, like I'm saying, that's my whole point right there, Hemisphere. This is what it is. This is how, like Sarge said years ago, or this is how they were trained. This is what they know. This is how they've been doing things. They're not going to change that. That's not going to change, okay? This is just the way that things go there. And this time, somebody called them out on it. They didn't expect that. They didn't expect us in this platform to be that attentive to it, to even care that much. But why wouldn't we? You're affecting all of us at this point by doing something like this. You're taking something that has supported this country for decades upon decades, and you're wiping your ass with it and telling us, just deal with it. It's no big deal. Move on.
I guess that's the reason why I keep harping on that, because we're supposed to be trusting our legal system to do what it's supposed to do. So when they do say something to us, we take it back. And that's the way you're supposed to take it. But this right here just makes me question my local law enforcement and making sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. I shouldn't have to worry about that, right? Nobody should.
And that's what I want everybody to be seeing. I'm not saying that every city, town, state in the country does this. They don't. There are good places, okay? But guys, look around. Look what happened in Delphi, Indiana. Look what happened in Florida, Indiana. Look what happened. It happens in Massachusetts, okay? In Canton. Look what happened there. Look what happened in many other cases. It happened.
Judge Mullins in Kentucky.
Yeah, thank you. Letcher County, folks. Jesus Christ, look at Letcher County. And they've already admitted to everybody within the state possibly knowing about this. As far as FBI agents being involved in this kind of shit. It's not abnormal. It happens a lot of places. Okay? And in Letcher County, folks, somebody finally said, you know what? We can't stop this. So somebody's got to die to get the point across. And I'll be damned. Here we sit. Same situation. That's what's scary to me. Because we don't know, I live in a very small town and I have corruption here, folks. I do. My corruption is in a different way, though. The corruption in my town is the board of trustees that runs our town, the city manager that runs our town, and all the money that they're shoving in their own pockets. That type of corruption. But that kind of corruption can lead to the other kind at some point because you keep letting these little things go. They turn into bigger things. They took our police force away for 3 years because they couldn't afford them. Well, where the fuck did the money go that we were paying for 300 years, for as long as our city's been here? Now all of a sudden it disappeared. Well, they took money from the police fund and they put it in the general fund. For what? And who are you to do that? That's not your right. And then in the school system, they're trying to give one person a raise to give him in the school system. The man that does nothing with the schools, nothing, to give him a raise so that he'll be making $236,000 a year in the school. Are you serious? That's the type of corruption we have in my town. But those little things like that, I call that little because what I think has going on in Moscow is way bigger than that. Moscow. Yeah, I said it right first time. These little things can lead to those bigger things at some point because you just keep letting it go and get bigger and expand and add more to it to the point where nobody's going to say nothing. We're going to get away with it. And here we are.
Now, somebody just mentioned Scott Peterson.
Yep.
If everything was up and up with our judicial system, we wouldn't have agencies like that looking into older cases like the Scott Peterson case and going, there was things that was happening that shouldn't have been happening. And I don't know.
I get it. You're right. You are absolutely correct.
I get it.
I
get it, but I don't get it at the same time. It shouldn't be this way. It should be, every state should be held accountable for their own stuff. So,
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We all have share the same freedoms as Americans. Yes, I'm sure that from state to state is a little difference between and how they're governed. I get that. But it's all basically on the same principle that our forefathers has laid out for us. And why we have the freedoms that we have.
Right. Very good point. Very good point. I do agree, my friend.
We're all Americans at the end of the day,
Supposed to be. So on we go. Miss Terry, good to see you. Yep. All right. Miss Tandy, don't work too hard, and we'll see you soon. Where are we at here? Thank you for that as well. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate that so very much. We very much appreciated. Just like the Poyas, I think they're frustrated that the public is all up in their business. They don't realize that we do have the right small town able to. Yes, thank you. And that's why they're not even legally allowed, from my understanding, to charge for Poyas the way they do, but they're doing it. I think Jules was talking about it. Lana brought it up, pointed it out, but they're doing it because they don't want us to have that information. So they're going to make it as hard as they can for us to get that kind of information. That's just how that works. And I get it. God bless, Michelle. So very, very much so, folks. Very much so. Let's see here. So where did you go? It's great to be back with you guys today, by the way. I really did miss you guys yesterday. Stacy Glandon, welcome, by the way. And I appreciate you being here. She pointed something out she wanted us to review. Yeah, she sure did. And it's absolute bullshit. It shouldn't happen. Okay, it shouldn't. They're trying to justify it based on the redactor and this, that, and everything. Give me a break. Just shut up. Stop. Okay, everybody knows what you're doing, why you're doing it, and it's just bullshit. That's all there is to it. So this was sent to me to force review. Thank you again, Miss Stacy. This is just, and I have no problems reviewing this. This is actually kind of interesting to go along with the other stuff we're going to be talking about today. So thank you again. I'm going to pull this up here. Nobody can talk until I can figure out why this is doing this. It's such bullshit to me. But we're going to check this out, review it, and discuss this as well along with our conversation today. So thank you again, Miss Stacy. I appreciate you being here and appreciate this. I don't know if anybody has seen this or heard this. This comes from a channel called Master Nature, I believe. There's the link there. You guys can check it out again, and we can discuss this after the fact if anybody has thoughts, feelings, and opinions about it. Let's go with it and see what we got. Again, I'll be muted because I don't want any kind of feedback to come through.
And
yeah, I'm going to give you guys a little heads up. This can be somewhat brutal at times, but it's worth it because it's almost always true, from my opinion. Welcome, Gene. Good to see you.
yeah, and well, I feel like well, I don't know why you won't let me release 1907. And my garden, all right, my garden. Listen, my garden. I'm gonna have to release it as a bootleg, okay, at this point, because Master Nature's being a real jerk, and he won't let me release 1907. No. So, Master Nature, I feel you should give me the right to play the intro song to this video that you put. You're spamming the garden anyway, and might as well let me pick the song, right? And all right.
Bear with me 1 second, folks, just so that everybody's ready.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only. Trigger.
And that's just in case. I want everybody to be forewarned that it could be something that might make you mad, upset you, whatever. I like this channel because he just basically says it how it is. You know, no holds barred. Like Sarge in some ways, you know. He just, like Redacted said, he says what we're all thinking. So just, that's all the reason why I did that. I don't want nobody to be surprised.
Right, Tyrone. I don't know. Hey, Guard, do you think I should let Tyrone pick the intro song to this one? I'm a little nervous. All right, Tyrone, you can pick the intro song. Oh boy, I hope I don't regret this. Don't make me regret this, Tyrone. All right, Master Nature. Look, how you know I'm like 95-year-old. Okay, you think I'm not hip? You think I'm not hip to what the people want? You think I'm not hip to what the garden wants? All right. Well, I'm gonna prove you wrong. Here it is. And I don't want to hear any more crying and bitching from you. All right. And you're gonna let me release 1907. Okay, it's gonna be on different colored vinyl, and well, I may have to release it as a bootleg. Okay, if you don't let me release it soon here, the garden's getting antsy. All right, but I guess in the meantime, this will pacify me. So well, here we go, my garden. Hope you like this. Oh, well, I don't know if I can play the whole song, but I'll play a little bit for you. And yeah, okay. Well, here it is. And I have to shout out the artist. I have to shout out the person who it comes from. It's coming from AI for the culture. That's what it's come from.
I'm gonna skip through to where they start talking because some of this stuff some people don't handle it very well.
Times, right, guys? Yeah. They play little tricks on me. Remember, not to get my guard pissed off. No, the point is to go back to a document. A document, you say. Another fucking document. Well, yes. And this is my favorite document out of all the documents that we've read in this case. This is my favorite one. This comes from Moscow Police, their documents. Yes, and as we reread this document, there's one thing I want. We're going to play another game. It's called, does this person in the document that I'm describing to you, do they fit the profile of somebody who would commit this crime? Versus Brian Kohlberger. That's the game we're playing, okay? We're playing versus, okay? So, this is my favorite document of them all. Let's go, babies. You already know what it is. All right, let's go. Tyrone, am I doing this or are you doing it? Well, Master Nature, I think I'm doing it because, you don't know what I'm talking to you sometimes, do you? Do I have to play that song for you again? Okay. Oh my God, my God. I think he's got dementia at this point. Oh my God. So, my favorite document out of all the documents, number 77. Sequence, whatever. 77. This is my very favorite one out of all of them. Mr. Fry does this December 15th. This is when he puts the report in. And, well, you're going to remember this one quite well. Remember, what's the game we're playing on this one? Is this person a likely suspect? Here we go. Oh, and by the way, remember, what did they do with this likely suspect? Nothing. They didn't do anything with this person, as far as we know. Here we go. So, December 13th, 2022, 1 month after this happened, at approximately 8 p.m., I interviewed SP, right, in Idaho at this location. We're going to call him Steve, okay? So Steve had called me several days earlier to report some information he had regarding the quadruple homicide. I asked Steve if the information he would be sharing would be dealing with one person, and Steve told me yes, it would. I asked Steve if I could get the individual's name. So Steve told me the person's name was Little G, or Little G. Remember Little G? Later identified as this person, Little GM. Birth date 2003. Remember, so what does that make him in 2022? An 18 or 19-year-old person. Remember. So Steve told me he did not know the individual's last name, but believed he knew where he lived. Okay, Steve told me he lived in this apartment complex. Steve told me this apartment is just off of blank avenue, and then you turn onto, I don't know, Linda Lane, maybe, I don't know, could be a different lane, and then right onto this street. And the apartment is across from this. Okay, Steve told me Little G lives in the blank apartments. Good, good. Steve began by explaining to me that he had done a lot of work for DK, who is the prior owner of this company. Steve told me he has been a friend of the family for many years, important, and has done handyman jobs in the past for D. Steve told me in 2020 he drove D, D's daughter, L, and Little G up to a place the family goes to have a vacation almost every year. Good so far? Yes. Steve told me after they got there, all right, R, who is one of D's sisters, so one of the sisters of D, got into an altercation with a male who was camped near where they were. Okay. Steve told me it was a heated argument, but everyone eventually went back to their campsites. Okay, so we're at a campsite. Steve told me later in the evening he noticed R and L were walking past the male's campsite, so he went up on a hill where he could observe and make sure nothing was going to happen. Steve told me he had just been up on the hillside for several minutes in the dark when all of a sudden Little G just appeared out of nowhere. Yeah. Steve told me it startled the shit out of him for a minute because he never heard or saw where Little G came from. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Steve told me Little G pulled out a knife to show him. Yeah, this is my favorite document, guys. I wonder why. Steve told me this was a hunting-style knife. Steve told me he had spoken to Little G, who had showed a great interest in having a career in the military. I asked Steve if he could describe the knife to me, and he did. Steve told me it was a typical 7-inch blade hunting / skinning knife. Huh? Steve told me he had heard that little G's grades in school had dropped and that L had been extremely verbally abusive to him. Remember this, guys? I do. I asked how L and G would travel to Moscow from Boise. Steve told me he believed they would ride the bus when they traveled. Right? Steve told me when they stayed in Moscow at D's house, little G and his sister would stay in the basement. And L would sleep outside, or in one of the 2 sheds in the backyard. Remember this one, guys. This is my favorite document of them all. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Steve told me the significance of this was that little G would keep his knives in the basement of D's house, in the wood pile that was outside, or in one of the 2 sheds in the backyard. Huh? What game are we playing, guys? Yeah. Steve told me around the end of May or sometime into the middle of June, after COVID was letting up, he was at the Mad Greek having a late lunch or early dinner. Steve told me this was on a Saturday or a Sunday. Steve told me he ordered a glass of wine, which he is sure that Ethan Chapin brought him. Steve told me he is not sure if Ethan worked at the Mad Greek or was just helping out. Again, this is all accurate because Ethan did not work there, but Ethan would hang out at the Mad Greek to see Xana. So this makes sense. All of this makes sense, actually. Yeah. And what did Moscow police do with this guy? Nothing, as far as we know. Yeah. Anyway, let's carry on. Steve told me Steve told me a bit later he noticed that little G had come into the restaurant with possibly D, who is G's cousin. Yeah. Steve told me Xana and Maddie, that's accurate, had gone over to little G's table and Ethan later joined them. Okay? This is all accurate so far. Because Maddie and Xana did work at the Mad Greek. Steve told me it appeared to be a heated conversation, but he could not tell what it was about. Steve suspected it may have had to do with the cancel culture and that little G was stirring them up with conservative comments. Steve told me little G left without eating anything because he was probably pissed off. Just my guess. Now get this. Later that night, around 9 or 10 p.m., Steve was at Dee's house in his backyard. Steve said that Elle was extremely drunk and she was yelling at little G. Hey, Mom, I don't want to fight anymore. You remember that? Yeah. Steve said she stated, you are just a loser and you are going to spend your life in jail. You are ruining your life. Hey, Mom, come here. Let me show him. I want to show you this doll that you have, remember? Steve was not sure what Elle was referencing when she said this. Steve told me little G left right after this altercation, and he did not see him again. Steve told me little G goes on long walks and does not return until the early morning hours. Yeah. What game are we playing, guys? We're playing, does this suspect sound like he could commit this crime? Let's carry on. Compared to Brian Koberger? Let's carry on. Steve told me he was over at Dee's the next morning picking up some tarps from a job he had been doing, and little G showed up. Steve told me he asked little G what he does after he leaves when his mom is yelling at him. Little G told me he goes over to the college. Yeah, remember this. Steve told me little G believes the college is to blame for how his mom is. Steve explained that L went to parties at the college and began drinking. Steve told me he does not know for sure, but believes that L, little G's mother, may have been assaulted at one of the college parties. Right? Right. Steve told me he asked little G about the conversation that took place at the Mad Greek restaurant. Steve said that little G told him that he had followed the girls, Maddie and Xana, to the Mad Greek from the college. There's your stalker. Right here is your stalker. Right? People in denial? Brick by brick. We're going to get there, my friends. Little G told Steve that the two girls were lesbians. Okay, that's how angry this guy was, this little kid. This kid's 18 or 19 years old, but I'll tell you what, he got a lot of rage in him, doesn't he? Due to his mother. Hey, Mom, I don't want to fight anymore. Remember? Hey, don't you bring up my past, you fucking prick. You leave him alone. All right, you leave him alone. Don't you bring him up. I'm not bringing him up, Stanley. You're bringing him up. Hey guys, don't fight anymore. I'm bringing him up. Yeah. Little G told Steve he had went back to the girl's house, and when they came home, listen to this, he was inside the house and made the statement, "They had no idea that I was there. I could have killed them all if I had wanted to." People in denial. People on the other side of the wall, brick by brick. What's the game we're playing? We're playing who's a potential suspect in this case. Gee, do you think this fucking guy is? Let's read that again. Little G made the statement to Steve and said, "They had no idea that I was in their house. I could have killed them all if I had wanted to." Yeah, that's what he said. Wow. Yeah. And again, what did Moscow police do with little G? Take a guess. Anyway, Steve told me little G then went and got a larger knife from out of the back shed and showed it to him. An even bigger knife. Uh-huh. Yes, he did. Yeah. Oh, and Steve told me every time he was around little G and little G's mom would explode on him, he always stayed very calm and would not react to her. And that is the end of the fucking report. That was James Fry, December 16th, before the wolf was captured. However, get this, it wasn't reviewed until January 10th by Captain fucking Dollinger after Brian Kohlberger was arrested. So guess what they did with this suspect? They didn't do anything with him. And guess what I believe? This is the very person who has the capacity to kill these girls and Ethan. In fact, he said he was in their house and they had no idea that he was in there and that he could have killed all of them if he wanted to. Fits, doesn't it, guys? It fits, doesn't it, guys? And in fact, it fits so well that it's quite scary, actually, how much this fits. The profile. Someone who's young, someone who's angry, someone who has rage, someone who hates women, someone who's conservative, someone who has a mom that is verbally abusive to them when they get drunk. This person fits the profile to the T, 100%. Now, FBI, Moscow police, Idaho State Police, I want you to go fuck yourselves for ignoring this suspect. And by the way, little G, as far as I know, is still running around Moscow, Idaho, and Boise, as far as I know. So there you go, my garden. This is called what? It's Retro Sunday. And so this is my very favorite document out of all the documents. Because this, my garden, this, along with potentially Dylan and Bethany, don't get me wrong, but in terms of who a male would be to actually commit this type of crime, we just read about him. He fits the profile 100%. Yeah. So there you go. And no, we didn't need an FBI expert to tell us that, did we? No, we just had to have a witness come forward. And we had a witness come forward. And he gave us the whole story. And he gave us a lot of details in that story. A lot of details. A lot of them that add up. In fact, the Mad Greek, all that, that's all accurate. That's 100% accurate. Yep. 100%? Yeah. So you got to ask yourself, did they ever look in these sheds? Did they ever look under that wood pile? Did they ever search the home in Boise? Did they ever search the home in Moscow? Now keep in mind, this wasn't reviewed until January 10th, 2023. The wolf was caged. Brian Kohlberger was captured. So guess what? We didn't do a fucking thing about it, did we? There you go, my loves. And people in denial on the opposite side of the wall, this is just another brick. You stupid bastards. I feel really sorry for you, I do. Because this is your prime too. This male fits the profile. Not a PhD student, okay? Not a PhD student, okay? You're actually, this is the person you're looking for. He's an 18-year-old, 19-year-old guy filled with rage. We know he hates women, and we know he dislikes Maddie and Xana. And we know he stalked them from their house because of the college. And again, he even says he was in their house. Remember that broken lock? Remember that broken lock? And remember that time they came home and they found the door wide open? Gee, I wonder if little G was behind that at all. It makes you wonder, doesn't it, guys? Boy, I really wish this was a real investigation. I really do. Anyway, we'll pick it up a little bit later. I hope you liked that one. Yeah, that was number 77 in Moscow Police Department.
All right. Thank you, Master Nature. Again, we reviewed this. Not with the entertaining side that he does it with, obviously. But think about what he just said. This is the epitome of a suspect in a crime like this, okay? Did we ever see or hear anything about Little G? It's obviously not his real name, okay? But still, no, we didn't. Not even that much. Thank you, SRB. Not even a little bit. Hey, Stiggy and Mike, good to see you. But why did they not? They don't follow up on shit. Why did they not? Why didn't they go looking? This person should have been arrested immediately during this interview, okay? After this interview. But they didn't. Because they had their guy. Does that make any sense to anybody in here at all? At all. Because it don't to me. Sorry. Not even a little bit. Why, with everything that this person said, why would you, and I said this when we read this document, why would you not look deeper into this person? I would have went, like I said, as a law enforcement officer, this person would have been arrested the moment that I had this information handed to me, and then looked into him, them, whatever it is, and worked it all out until it didn't make sense then. And if it didn't make sense, if this was bullshit, if it wasn't right, they'd have been let go. We'd have moved on, so on and so forth. this is insane. Insane that they didn't do anything with this. Okay. This is definitely, yes, reasonable doubt for sure. This person should not be walking around with the rest of the world, but they are. They just let him do what he does. No problems here. Eddie, thoughts, feelings? Thank you, SRB, again.
Yeah, my thoughts are
Oh, hang on. Sorry. Oh, it is muted. Okay. Go ahead.
okay. Well, quite simply, they already knew they were going to frame Brian Kohlberger for this. They already know who the real perpetrators are. They already know that this little G guy had nothing to do with it. And they're not interested in following up because they're not going to frame him for it.
That's a truth. That's a fact. Yeah, they definitely knew they weren't going to do anything. But again, as a law enforcement officer, would you have just let this person keep walking around living their life knowing these things could be true or were stated that should be looked into at least, but they don't even care. That's the problem. They don't even care. It's crazy to me. That's all I'm saying. Even if he had nothing to do with the Idaho 4, whoever this person is going to commit a crime at some point.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, okay. Let me rephrase it then. This person here, if this is true, could commit a crime at some point. Let me put it that way. To not even look into it is what my issue is. It tells me the lackadaisy, I don't give a shit mentality that they have. When they have their guy, they know who they're going to have. Like Eddie said, they've already got him in the box as far as who they're going to frame for this, so on and so forth. That's all it took. This just washed away. But that just shows the type of police work that they do. That's all I'm saying. Whoever this person is, if this is true, definitely could commit a crime. They don't care. That's the problem.
Well, so, yeah. I mean, just the simple fact alone that he's a conservative right there, that just means that he's going to, at some point in the future, commit a crime. My goodness.
Yeah. Right. Right. Thank you, Paula. Same to you. But if all these statements in here are correct, that's a dangerous person, folks. If it's true, it's a dangerous person, but they don't seem to even show a care. That's the issue that I'm trying to point out here. They don't even look into it. They have their guy. They're good. That's insane to me. You don't trust a law enforcement agency that pulls this shit. That's all. So,
but there's more than one report like that where you could have the same reaction.
Of course. Yes. This is probably one of the most dramatic, but yes, you are right. But yeah,
I'm still stuck on the fact that I don't know why they just don't put him in prison just for being a conservative. Just kidding, guys.
That's pure sarcasm, folks.
Yeah, I can't leave that alone.
Right.
I'm sorry. Do you think that this content creator was sincere with his profiling of the guy? The items that he used as, he's ticking all the boxes. He's got rage. He's a conservative. I mean,
I think this guy has a tendency to be sarcastic in aspects as well.
I don't know if that's sarcasm. Did he just
miss the mark
and misspeak, or does that give us an indication of his what he believes?
That I don't know. I've watched some of his stuff. I don't watch everything, but
I mean, that comes from somewhere. That just doesn't suddenly make it into a talking point accidentally. That's like deep rooted. That comes from down within, some belief.
Right.
Some something that he truly thinks. My guess is anyway.
Yeah, no. I mean, it could. That could be his own personal feelings. And
I mean, does
again,
anyone else have a reaction to that? What if it happened the other way?
And
can you imagine the pushback if that went the other way? I'm sorry, I'm ranting, but I can't really let this go so easy.
It would have been a lot pretty bad.
Well, yeah, I mean, can you imagine me? Well, whoever did it, it's going to be a liberal, no matter what. I mean,
for those that didn't get it, Eddie was being overly sarcastic about that. He's not that person, because there were remarks made about the conservatives thing. That's why he was being sarcastic about it. He doesn't believe that at all. So yeah.
I'm not sure what you just said, but okay. I think I understand. Yeah, I am being sarcastic and I'm pushing back fiercely because he's saying that, you know, the profile of this killer is going to have these components. You know, this person is filled with rage. He was there in the house.
Right.
He hates women. And he's a conservative.
At that point, yeah.
First of all, we don't know if he's conservative. What if the guy was trolling? He was out talking with the people, like he lives in someone else's backyard, and he was like kind of some of the things that he was saying were of a conservative nature, which was kind of like stirring them up, causing a reaction, getting under ruffling their feathers or something. Kind of, do I got that right, generally?
I think typically said I don't think the creator.
No, I'm talking about little G. Little G was saying conservative things,
right?
To kind of like get under their skin.
Yes,
to push back against wokeism or something. Mm-hmm. So this content creator dismisses that little G could have been just trolling him. Doesn't mean little G is a conservative, but the content creator believes that he's a conservative, from what we can tell based on his reaction anyway.
Yeah, and he said, and then Stacy says that Master Nature could have been being sarcastic as well, which he has done in the past. That's true. It's hard to tell. I took it as sarcasm myself, but like I said, you can't tell unless you're watching somebody. You're looking at somebody's face per se and trying to realizing what emotion is there. So a lot of people don't pick up sarcasm sometimes. I get that. That's how I took it though. Based on
I've never watched any of the stuff. I would love to go into the comment section and see if anyone else is saying what I'm saying, or am I just missing something, or am I just the only one who's had courage to say something?
Yeah, nobody even approached that, Eddie. Nobody said a word about it. Here, hold on a minute. Let me show you real fast. If I can make it big enough. There we go. Oh yeah, most everybody's making statements about the little G person themselves. They don't say a word about that. None of them. Nobody does. Just about the story itself, about, you know, the dramatic fact that nobody went after this guy. Kind of that's where I got. That's all I paid attention to, too, I'll be honest with you. But nobody mentions that at all.
So I'll drop it at this point.
It's hard
said
to
what I
tell
had to say. I
sometimes.
put it on the record, and there you have it. I don't think you get away with it both ways, though. I don't think you genuinely say, well, this particular character is really suspicious, and here's why. In criminal profiling, this person has rage, it's a liberal, blah, 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 blah. And then get away with it. No pushback at all. Society accepts it and doesn't challenge that. It doesn't. No, you would immediately receive a beating for doing that. But if you do it the other way, it is, these days, it's fine and dandy. All right, I'm resting on that.
Yeah.
The other thing I would bring up, though, is this content creator then for sure believes that it's a one-person job. I mean, he doesn't challenge the fact that it still doesn't make any sense. This guy doing it, it's nonsense, because we know one person did not do this. So, although it's compelling, and it seems like a decent lead, it's still not the guy. I mean, he seems like he's absolutely convinced that this requires a further look. He could very well be the guy that did it alone and pulled it off. I'm right in that, right? I'm not alone in believing it.
Yeah, Gil said 100. My biggest thing with this is why somebody that is making statements like this was never looked at again. That's my biggest issue. That's what I focused on with it, because of the statements that were made, because that's insane to make those types of statements in this during this investigation. And the guy should have been floored at that point. Who did the interview.
Yeah, Stacy, he did mention that DNB are suspicious too.
Yeah.
Then drawing that out, then that would mean that then the three of them.
Bingo. Right. That's kind of
are guilty, and somehow law enforcement doesn't detect that. We can all see that during these interviews at the police station that there's lying going on, something ain't right, there's red flags.
Yeah.
We can't. We have the intelligence and the ability to see it, but law enforcement doesn't.
Well, we all know that's not true. They're all trained for this, and they're just not doing it. You know what I mean? That's just all there is to it. And that goes back to the whole thing that we looked at before, that they got their guy. They didn't need to add anything to CODIS. They didn't need to check any other blood samples. They didn't need to check anything. They're done. Stop work right there. We don't need nothing else. We're good.
I mean, that would be something. Some guy that is homeless and lives in a backyard in someone's shed, who stores his knife in a wood pile, pulled it off along with two girls that don't even know how to spell Goncalves' last name.
Yep. It's interesting.
And those two are the ones that were cleaning up for 8 hours.
Right. Even if they're not suspected of it, anybody that makes statements this way, though, is my point. Why did you not go back and look at this person? I mean, we know why. Okay, we know why they didn't. I just can't imagine being a police officer or detective alone, sitting down with somebody or anybody and them telling me the story, and I'm going to look at this person and go, number one, are you high? First off, let's talk about that. No? Okay, good. 2, I'm going to get on the phone immediately and say, hey, let's go check this person out. Can we do that, please? But that the whole point that I'm making, hey, Allie, good to see you, hon. They didn't do that. That's the issue here. And again, that should tell everybody the reason that they didn't do it, they weren't going anywhere else. Period. That's it. He also thinks Jack D's a suspect. Got you. We know how this all went down. Okay. We know that there's a cover up. We know that at this point. Why this went down is what we don't know. Okay. There's thoughts, there's feelings, there's theories, there's emotions and opinions about why possibly what a motive could be. That's fine. The cover up part of it, we know, is something that's real, obviously, because it happened. I just don't understand not following up. They don't follow up with anything. They haven't followed up with anything. Here's one more extreme, in my opinion, example of it. Whether you believe this or not, as a law enforcement officer, you should at least look at it, folks. In this situation, I would say. That's my opinion.
You know what I would think, Dago? I would like to take it without him narrating. It's kind of hard to follow and absorb it all while the whole running commentary. I
get it.
The running commentary, and I would like to relook at that.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Where he says that he was in the house that night during the time of the crime. Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, how can that can't even be?
I don't understand. I don't understand that at all. That's why I want to go back to that document myself.
I mean, anyone could say that. I mean, you know, I was there too at that moment that night. You guys all believe that, right? Because I said it. It's true.
That's how a lot of this case has been.
Meg, P, would I lie to you? Would I say something that isn't true?
Would you or would anybody else? There's the difference.
Oh, not that night. Okay, not that. Okay.
That's why I said I want to look at the document just to make sure that what was said. The narration is very dramatic. And I think I drew us in with the narration. Because that point itself, I was like, wait, what?
Okay, so he said he was there a different night and could have done that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, we don't need to look at it then.
That was Moscow. Or no. Was that Moscow or was that ISP document, you guys?
Uh, 77, number 77. That would be.
I have ISP's number 77. I can't remember. Was that Moscow or it was MPD? Okay. Got you. Yeah, I need to look at that again because when you said that, I was like, wait, did I miss something? Hold on. Give me a second here. 1 second here. Just to be sure. And I didn't think that was true, but here we go. 1 minute. Open Sesame. Oh, what a crazy situation. 50 to 100. 100. No. Yeah. Wait, that ain't right. 1 through 50. We got to go above that. That's the problem. And like I said, I know I went through all these, but that don't mean nothing. Things get missed all the time. There we go. Bingo. Okay. I remember this slightly. Yeah, here it is. Yep. Okay. So I have it. We can look at it.
Hemisphere, is the TV on in the background?
Huh?
You got some kind of noise coming from the background, Hemisphere. There we go. Sounds good, bud. Thank you. It just everybody gets distracted by it. I didn't think it was last night. He said he was in. Okay. All right, we're gonna have to mute because I'm gonna have to share this again. I still need to figure out why this is doing this. It didn't ever do this. All right, hang on. Yeah, the chief put this out, mind you. Number 77, their interview with S blank P on 12/13 at approximately 2000 hours. I interviewed SP in blank, Idaho at the blank. P had called me several days earlier to report some information he had regarding the quadruple homicide. I asked P if the information that he would be sharing would be dealing with one person. P told me it would. I asked P if I could get the individual's name. P told me the person's name was G or G. Okay.
Okay, so this is SP talking to the Moscow police detective.
About G, yes.
About G, yes. So hearsay, in other words, people.
Well, as they all, these situations would be, yes. Later, G, period.
Nope. You can say what you saw, but you can't say what another said or saw.
Well, what I mean by as in an interview like this, when you're talking about another person, what you believe another person did, that's hearsay is what I'm saying. So
yeah, it would be enough to then, like, hey, I had this person whose name is G in my backyard, and then what happened was I said this, he said that, and then he did this, and then there was this knife. That would, okay, that's hearsay, yeah, but that would be enough then to interview G.
Right.
What this SP person is saying is hearsay. It's not like admissible in court. It's just believed.
Right. Yeah.
Could be lying.
I mean, that could be why there was no follow-up, because it seems a bit outlandish in some aspects, but
I could, yeah, that person, SP, can hate G.
Of course. And it could be somebody that they have it in for, that has done something they cheated on their girlfriend with or something. Who knows? You know what I mean? That's facts. But
oftentimes a complainant does like embellish, to get the police to, overreact. And, I really want the police to go hard and, really
agreed.
Side with my position against G, and they're going to kind of, I guess, kind of stack the deck in that way, stack the cards against G. Who knows if it's going on? That's why it's hearsay, is because anything could be happening.
Yeah, and I agree with that. My biggest thing that I will always say is if I'm in the midst, if I'm a detective and I'm investigating any homicide, single, quadruple, whatever it is, and somebody brings any information in regards to me, in regards to something like that to me, I would have to investigate it, period. Just to wash it out. If it's not real, I would still look into it. The problem is they don't do that with anything in this case, okay? Unless it had to do with Brian, as we've seen, any documents we saw through ISP, through Moscow, any of that, unless Brian's name was brought into it, they didn't look into anything, and that's a problem for me. Because even if this person, let's say this is hearsay like it is, okay? Let's say that this person just made this story up in this situation. Who's to know that maybe this person didn't commit another crime? And if you look into them, you could find that out and get them off the street. In that aspect is what my issue is. I would have looked into it, period. I don't care how much time it took, whatever, because you just don't know. And even if, well, they already know in their situation who they're going to deal with, who's going to be responsible, who's this, who's that. But still, in a normal circumstance, this should have been looked into, in my opinion. I'm sorry. Hey, Phil, good to see you. I would have done it. That's just me. But I guess I get maybe why they didn't do it. But in a right side up world, as we always say. In this case, that makes sense as to why they didn't. But in the other case, it should have been done, folks. This is insane to me that you didn't look into something, hearsay or not. It's a tip. Okay, it's just like any other tip that comes in on any case. It's a tip. You have to look into it and rule it out and move on. That's all I have issues with. But I don't know. Especially when you have had other statements made about a door being kicked in or kicked off the hinges or some shit like that, and the washing machine running, and you have things like that. So let me finish reading this and then I'll go there as to my feelings on it. because I remember reading this and just I was in such a hurry to get through all these reports that I didn't stop and go back over it again. I should have, but I said I was going to, but we got wrapped up in all the other shit that happened. So, where did I go? G. Okay, later identified as last name. So G or G is the last name, and it's weird because, well, I'll go there later to explain it to you. G blank GM blank 2003. So whoever this person is GM, I believe, first and last name. Okay. P told me he did not know the individual's last name, but believed that he knew where he lived. P told me he lived in the blank apartments. P told me this apartment is just off of blank Avenue, then turn on to blank Lane, Linda Lane, and then right onto, or maybe not, right onto blank Street, and the apartment is across from the blank blank. P told me G lives in the blank apartment, so he lives in one of the apartment complexes. P began explaining to me that he had done a lot of work for DK. I'm sure I'll figure that out at some point. Who is the prior owner of blank? No. P told me that he had been a friend of the family for many years and has done handyman jobs in the past for D. To a place the family goes to have a vacation almost every year. P told me after they got there that R, who was one of D's sisters, got into an altercation with a male who was camped near where they were. P told me it was a heated argument, but everyone eventually went back to their campsites. P told me later in the evening he noticed R and L were walking past the male's campsite, so he went up on the hill where he could observe and make sure nothing was going to happen. P told me he had been up on the hillside for several minutes in the dark when all of a sudden G just appeared out of nowhere. P told me it startled him for a minute because he never heard or saw where G came from. P told me G pulled out a knife to show him. P told me this was hunting style knife. P told me he had spoken to G, who had showed a great interest in having a career in the military. I asked P if he could describe the knife to me, and P told me this was a typical 7-inch blade hunting skinning knife. Okay. P told me that he had heard that G's grades in school had dropped and that L had been extremely verbally abusive to him. L, I wonder who L is. So I asked how L and G would travel to Moscow from Boise, and P told me that he believed they would ride the bus when they traveled. P told me when they stayed in Moscow at D's house, G and his, okay, so we got D and L. Okay. G and his sister would stay in the basement, and L would sleep outside or in one of the two sheds in the backyard. P told me the significance of this was that G would keep his knives in the basement of D's house, in the wood pile that was outside, or in one of the two sheds in the backyard. P told me that around the end of May or sometime into the middle of June, after the pandemic was letting up, he was at the Mad Greek having a late lunch or early dinner. P told me this was on a Saturday or a Sunday, and P told me that he had ordered a glass of wine, which he is sure that Ethan brought him. P told me he's not sure if Ethan worked at Mad Greek or was just helping out. P told me a bit later he noticed that G had come into the restaurant with possibly D, who is G's cousin.
Okay, let's review what we got so far. So at this camping trip, there was a heated argument.
Yeah.
We don't know what it's about.
It doesn't say that. Right. It doesn't give us what it was about.
Nobody knows.
At this point, right. I don't think it's in here anywhere either. But okay. Hey, Tina. L is the mom, I think. Okay. No, we don't know what the argument was about with the sister. It could be anything, to be honest with you.
Then this SP, is that the initials of the person given this interview? Given this statement, rather?
Yeah.
Yeah. SP says then later that night, this G guy pops out of nowhere. Kind of makes it sound,
Yeah, he came, right.
Okay, and then fast forwarding, we're now at the Mad Greek. SP is there at the Mad Greek having a alcoholic beverage.
Glass of wine and whatever else, yes. That he swears Ethan brought him. He told me he's not sure if Ethan worked at the Mad Greek, just helping out. Told me a bit later he noticed that G had come into the restaurant with possibly D, who is G's cousin. He told me Xana and Madison had gone over to G's table and Ethan later joined them. Okay. P told me that it appeared to be a heated conversation, but he could not tell what it was about. P suspected that it may have had to do with the cancel culture and that G was stirring them up with conservative comments. Okay.
Hearsay.
P told me that G left without eating anything. Okay, so again, you have to know what the context of the conversation was about.
He told me that it appeared to be a heated conversation, but he could not tell what it's about. P suspected it might have to be about, or it might have to do with cancer. So he doesn't know what it's about, but the guy is certainly a conservative, and I think it has because he was stirring them up with conservative comments.
So they're accusing G of being a conservative person, blah blah blah, so on and so forth, and that's what they expect that he does on a regular basis, I guess.
I'm already skeptical about P's statement. I am. And P's the one who's drinking.
Yeah,
as far as we can tell. Okay. Moving on. I'm just being the devil's advocate here, right? I mean, it's so quick to jump on the one, on the hearsay, right? Bandwagon. I'm biased against P.
Right. And then after that, G left without eating anything. Later that night, between 9 or 10, P was at D's house in his backyard. P said that L was extremely drunk and that she was yelling at G. P said, she stated, "You're just a loser. You're not, and you are going to spend your life in jail. You're ruining your life." P was not sure what L was referencing when she said this. P told me that G left right after this altercation and he did not see him again. P told me that G goes on long walks and does not return until early morning hours. P told me he was over at D the next morning picking up some tarps from a job that he had been doing, and G showed up. P told me he asked G what he does after he leaves when his mom is yelling at him. So that was his mother. G told him that he goes over to the college. P told me that G believes the college is to blame for how his mom is. P explains that L went to parties at the college and began drinking. P told me that he does not know for sure, but believes that L may have been SA'd at one of the college parties. Okay, so that explains. They're explaining why they believe that she is so rambunctious and she rages at times, I guess. So there's that.
But P is still theorizing. He doesn't know much, but he sure has opinions and sure thinks a lot of things. Nothing is confirmed. In other words.
Right. So far. So that is their opinion about L. He told me that he asked G about the conversation that took place at the Mad Greek restaurant. P said that G told him that he had followed the girls to the Greek from the college. G told P that the two girls were lesbians. Jesus. G told P that he had went back to the girl's house, and when they came home, he was inside the house and made the statement. They had no idea that I was there. I could have unalived them all if I had wanted to. So basically what P is saying that G told him that he followed these two girls, Maddie and Kate, or Xana and Maddie, I'm guessing, that worked there, back to their house. That somebody told him that they were lesbians, that he was inside their house while they were there, and that he could have taken their lives, and nobody knew he was in there. So that's the statement that's come out so far. So, P told me that G then went and got a larger knife from out of the back shed and showed him. P told me that every time he was around G and G's mom, and wait a minute, every time he was around G and G blank mom would explode on him, he always stayed very calm and he would not react to her. Now, that was put out by James Fry, January 10th, or December 16th, I'm sorry. So again, it is hearsay, yes, agreed upon. And I have no idea who SP is and why they would make a statement like this. But again, it is a true fact, folks, that SP could absolutely detest G for whatever reason, and trying to put trying to throw G into the fire in this situation is all I'm saying.
Yeah, don't scroll. Keep your screen right as it is. So the last paragraph. Again, P said that G told him that he had followed the girls to the Mad Greek. So that's unconfirmed. That's just, according to P, that is what G told him. Which is a consistent theme. Most of this stuff, again, is just hearsay. P really knows nothing other than what his theories are, what he thought he heard, what he might have heard.
What he thinks
could
be. Yeah.
And there's a lot of drama. It seems like P's life is like immersed in drama. He or she can't get away from the drama.
Absolutely. It looks that way. And this is a lot of he said that maybe he thinks that she thought that maybe they thought that maybe that kind of thing is why. That's why this bugs me a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for reviewing.
It's alarming. Yes, it's alarming. I agree. And I still think it should have been looked into, but there's a lot of he said, she thought, that I heard, that maybe we think that you might see. That's what I'm saying. Still alarming. Yeah, and that's what it should be. It's a tip. My whole point is that I was making is it's still a tip, regardless of how it is written, how it was stated. It should be investigated at the very least, at least surface investigated, and go from there. But they never even followed up with it at all. That's the issue, and it's not just this one. Okay, it's the fact that they don't follow up with anything, and this is just one more situation that I mean, and it's kind of important because it just proves the point that they were never planning on it.
But are we absolutely sure that there's been no follow-up?
Okay, that's a good point too. There's nothing that's written down on it, right?
From our point of reference sitting here today, it seems that there's no follow-up, but there might be. We just haven't come across it yet, maybe.
Out on it. Yeah, it could be. That's a good point, Eddie. That's a good point. And I should state it both ways, because there's nothing that's ever been documented after this about this situation. Therefore, it doesn't look as though they followed up. That's the problem. They could have, and it's just never been given to us. We don't know. It just doesn't seem that way. And if they didn't follow up on it, shame on you, because you should have. That's all I'm saying.
It would be interesting to see the recorded audio and video of this interview.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
Because then we could read, much more into it. The body language and voice intonation, voice inflection, whatever.
Absolutely. Why follow up on things when they already... That's the point I was making, Tomboy. That's where they're at. They're
True.
stuck to that. Yeah, that's the thing, is they could have followed up and never released it because it had nothing to do, in their opinion, with this case, so it was never given out. So there's that. I have no idea why you said wet, Tomboy. It's just, that's what it said. So anyway, moving on, regardless, we did review and follow this up again. It's interesting. I still think it should have been looked into. I hope it was looked into. If it wasn't looked into, that just proves another point. That's all I'm saying. So we don't know for sure. Hey, Phil, good to see you. Jesus. $98,000 to get rid of a house, to bury a house that burnt down. That's horrible, Phil. I'm so sorry. That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. All right, guys, on to the other topic that we were looking at as well. Kevin Fixler, we all know who he is. He's an Idaho. Jesus Christ, I just went brain dead. Too much to think about today. Reporter, sorry. And he was working on the whole case about Brian, the photograph that came out about Brian in prison, the video. This right here, okay? And the whole investigation into this, blah, 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 so on and so forth. It says Idaho police and state prison officials identified the source of the leaked security video footage of Brian Koberger. But, here's the but. The corrections worker believed responsible resigned before they could be fired, and no criminal charges will be filed. Like I said, yeah, I think he works for the Statesman. Like I said, one more thing that they're covering up in this aspect. Okay, so the person resigned because they knew they were caught. Would you or would you still not file charges against this person? If you have that person dead to rights, you know that it was that person. Why are you not filing charges? Or is there something else with it?
You would think that they would still file charges.
You should. It's still a criminal offense, period. Whether you quit or not. That doesn't make no damn bit of difference to me. And it is. It's very convenient. I don't get it. What's up, Kane? Good to see you, buddy. Because he got paid. Yeah. Well, of course he got paid. There's another good reason why he should be charged with whatever this charge is. Multiple charges, in my opinion. But truly should be arrested, charged, and then jailed over this, in my opinion. But no, because they quit, you're not going to follow up? Bullshit. I'm sorry, but bullshit.
And here's the other question is, did somebody really quit? Or is that just what we're being told? So that we think somebody quit.
See, yeah, there's the other good point, too.
How would we ever know that? Except once we're told that someone quit, now we're all going to run around and just parrot that. Somebody quit. Now there's going to be no justice. And we're going to believe it without seeing any proof of it. Because that's just how that works. Damn, they quit. Who quit? How do we follow up on that and figure out if somebody really quit?
Good point, SRB, but in that matter, they could create that without fail. We have no idea who these people are. Damn, now what are we going to do? We got to shut the public up. Just tell them that he quit. We're done. Mm-hmm. We're done. That's it. Yeah, that's it. I mean, you could try to look into it, Becky.
Good luck.
that's not going to be our knowledge to gain. But and SRB's right. Okay, if they quit, show us their letter of resignation or whatever. But again, that's something that could be created and cheated, because there's no follow up, there's no nothing with it. It's bullshit. What's up, Tomboy?
Hey.
Yeah, it's this is a joke, folks. It's a joke. Just one more thing being covered up. So what are your thoughts, Tomboy?
Well, rest assured, if I commit a crime and at my job and resign, you're damn straight I'm still going to get charged with that crime.
100%.
Why the hell ain't he?
Any one of us have.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
I don't either. And it should be something in the system, but it's very easy to make things happen nowadays. Yeah, you definitely.
Systems are easily manipulated. We all know that.
Very much so. You could find somebody's name that used to work for the jail 25 years ago or 10 years ago and change their date of service when they left. That's it. And say, here it is right here. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be that hard at all. You could create somebody that worked there, unless you got somebody that's willing to follow it all the way up from start to finish, that's going to look deep enough, that can get in there that far with it. You were really never going to know. So the point is,
I think this case has taught us a whole bunch about how things can be manipulated.
Exactly. Which is why we don't believe in things like this. That's exactly the point. Because here's my thing. If you want us to believe that this person quit, so on and so forth, that's fine. You show me who it is, show their picture, show their face, humiliate them, because what they did was horrible and wrong and illegal. You give their name, show their face, and put it all out there. And show the date that they resigned. Whatever it is, that's fine. But I'm still not good with that. They should still have charges filed against them. And like you just said, any one of us sitting here it would have happened to us. So why not this one person? And that's why I don't believe any of this. I don't believe this person quit. And to be honest with you, I don't believe they knew who it was. I think there's the problem. And I think that they were
I think they know exactly who it was. And I think this has got to be part of their narrative,
Yes.
Oh, we don't know who did it.
Well, let me say it twice. It's either they don't know who it is because it was covered up that well, or they do know who it is, and that's the problem. That's what I meant to say to you. So I was going to say it in two parts, but
yeah, this is just a story they're putting out so nobody will dig further.
Of course.
That's where I was going. Thank you. But
yeah. We're all sitting here under the impression that someone's walking around with their iPhone and took that picture or video. I'm not believing that at all. I got to sit here and believe that all of those rooms are under surveillance. There is like a security cam, right, pointing down into that room. And it seems to me that it's more likely that whatever picture or video that was put out into the public realm was from that security camera. This is much higher. We're like this narrative, this story that we're being told is like this that employees slinking around the joint with an iPhone and kind of held it out and took clandestinely, took a quick video. No,
there's your answer.
This is much higher.
Are they going to sit here and try to convince us that there are no security cameras in the guard in the shoe?
There you go, right there. You both just answered what I was getting ready to go to. That's the whole point right there, folks, because they don't want anybody. It can't come out that somebody within their facility took one of their tapes and put it out from that. Okay. That's the problem. They want you to believe that a guard there took their own personal phone, videoed this, and then sold it. And that person quit, resigned, and they don't.
A nameless guard.
Exactly. There's no name. There's no nothing. That's the point that I was getting to. Thank you both.
Nope. And I don't believe it. It doesn't work that way. That's just fantasy. Didn't happen.
That's absolutely the facts. That's what we're talking about today. That's why we're talking about it, because of that right there. That's what honestly, truly probably happened, and they can't put that out. Okay.
And that's why no one can be held accountable or arrested, because you wouldn't want to publicly shame someone for doing it. If you arrest someone and charge them in the natural way, that is in the public domain. It's everyone's, that's public information. So their, mugshot and all of that business, their the details of their crime would all be on the docket, and that would be no one's shaming them. That's just they shame themselves. So charge someone, arrest someone, indict them, whatever, get someone and put their name out there as it normally
that's exactly what
would happen.
Period. Yep. 100%, you guys. And there's the problem. There's the problem. Once again, here we are. Somebody did something that wasn't supposed to be done, and now they're going to hide it like they do with everything else. Okay. Just saying. That's truly, in my opinion, what happened.
I don't believe it. Lies.
Yeah. And it all has been up to this point, even. Okay. That's the problem. And that's why I titled it that way, and that's why we're talking about it like that, because here we are once again. What's next? Like I said in the title, what's going to happen next? And they're going to deny that too, just like the refrigerator that was left open, just like the fire that destroyed things that probably weren't even there, just the refrigerator being open that destroyed items that don't even need to be refrigerated. That kind of shit. That's what I'm saying. They're making one of many problems. Thank you, Meg. Many problems. Okay, that they keep adding to this list of stupidity, and at this point, they still think we're stupid. They still think we're gonna believe all this absolute and total bullshit, folks.
Bullshit.
Because I think
that's all it is.
I think they think that nobody outside of Idaho is watching this case.
Well, at this point, they have to know that we are. They have to.
Well, okay.
I still think that they think that we're stupid, though. That's what I'm saying. Just tell them that some guard was videoing it with their phone. They quit, and they'll shut up. But no, we won't. Because it's one more little thing. All the little things add up into one big thing. That's the problem. I'm not going to let anything go anymore. Nothing. I don't care what if the warden in the prison trips over one of Brian's shoes and smacks him for it. I'm gonna report that, okay? And they show it, of course, because it's part of this. It's a problem, and it's one of the main issues. The lying, the deception, the bullshit that we're being fed day after day after day after day. And again, they just want us to accept it. I'm just sick of that. Completely sick of it.
Yeah, because it's important that we all believe that a rogue employee did this, not some Fed.
Right. That's the next thing I'm waiting to come out, is like Brian's phone calls with attorneys or with his family or something. That'll come next.
How can he even communicate? He can't. They can monitor all his phone calls, everything that's being said. Even if he writes something, I gotta believe they have the ability to.
They monitor all that. They monitor all that.
He has a tablet. They all get tablets and all that stuff, but they monitor everything that is any conversations, any texting that goes back, and all of it. It's monitored. So, they're still looking for, when somebody goes into prison like this, not that they need to, but there's people that are still looking for answers to things, that kind of shit. People that believe this, let me put it that way, that believe that Brian did this. So
I'm not sure I followed that. Could you say that again? There's
still people out there that believe that Brian did this, that are looking for answers think that Brian's going to be talking to his family or something and say, oh, yeah, I threw the knife in the river, that kind of thing. So there's people that are still going to be trying to find those answers, even though they're not going to exist because Brian didn't do that. That's the point I was trying to make. Sorry if I said it the wrong way.
I think you said it okay. My mindset was more like they have the ability to censor all of his speech and ensure nothing, that he can say nothing of importance. He can say, "Hi, Mom, I love you," and that's about it.
Yeah, they'll censor it if he says anything negative about anything. They'll cut it out.
Anything that we're being put out. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because I still feel like the reason why he was framed and went down for this is because this is a cover-up. This has to do with corruption at the highest levels. And he might know something about that. And they're preventing him from being able to utter a single word about it.
Yeah, that would be completely if there was something created like that, yeah, they would completely redact that, destroy it, whatever it was. That's facts. And like CH said, any conversation with any of his attorneys should absolutely be privileged, but it doesn't mean it will be. Same thing that happened with Richard Allen. They gave him no privacy. Okay, none. They took it all.
But in his case, the one thing they never did show or let the jury or whatever listen to was the messaging with his attorneys.
Wait, say that last part again about his attorneys.
That's the thing that they didn't say anything about was his conversations with his attorneys because they knew that they couldn't.
Right.
And I think that would be a bigger deal if that were to be leaked than photos of him in his cell. If his conversations with his attorneys are leaked, and Taylor can press charges.
Absolutely. Yes, 100%. She could, because that comes back to her as well, and that's her personal and private information. That's facts. No worries, love. Thank you, SRB. They already stated
all your prison conversations are recorded, all of them.
Right. No, for anything you are. Brian is guilty. He omitted it. He's not. You mean admitted? No, he didn't. He agreed with the charges that they applied to him. He had never admitted to guilt, hon. I'm sorry, and I respect your feelings on it, but he didn't. Yes, that's facts. She has allowed her opinion, and I respect your opinion on it. It's just that's not an answer to something, though. It happens every single day. I could probably tell you right now, probably 150 inmates that agreed with charges they were charged with, admitting to what they asked them per se, but never admitting to the guilt of the charge itself. It happens every single day. That's the whole point. So, but yeah, I respect your opinion and your feelings.
Wasn't there just somebody recently who was exonerated after 26 years or something?
That happens
in prison who pleaded guilty because they were going to put him to death?
There's been quite a few. There was one that was in for 30 years. There was one that
it was just recent. It wasn't too long ago.
I can't think of the guy's name. I know exactly what you're talking about too. There's another one that I covered where he admitted to the guilt once again, just like Alan and this whole thing. But he never did per se. It was basically shoved down his throat. It happens all the time, just like this situation where you have left no choice but to say, okay, yeah, I'll accept the charges you're giving me. Please take the death penalty off the table and save my life because I don't trust the jury to do the right thing and find me innocent. That's what this basically was. And again, the West Memphis 3, the Central Park 5, it happens all the time. Chris Tapp.
It happens a lot down here in Texas.
Big one. Chris Tapp, Meg. Yes. Yeah, I've heard that too. It does. A lot of cases I've seen it happens in Texas. So you cannot just say, well, I think he did it because he said he did it. No. It's way more in depth than that. It's not that easy. Leo Scope. Yeah, that's the one name that was released after a period of time. Texas is bad for Jesus, Tomboy. Are you taking medicine?
Yeah. What do you want me to take?
Something that makes you sound better. You sound horrible. Marcellus Williams.
It's just the stuffiness.
I just don't understand what I respect their opinions and when they feel that way, but why you don't see it happens so often that it's kind of not something that is trustworthy, in my opinion. Does that make sense? Yeah, we did watch the Marcellus situation. If I knew statistics, okay, if somebody handed me statistics about 5-year-old children being attracted to red balloons, and that, you know, the statistics were that 98.5% of children under the age of 10 are attracted to red balloons. I'm going to look at that and I'm going to see and expect that to be a true thing. I think I just went left from where I was at. Hold on. Let me catch myself back up. And it turns out that there's another one that says that at the same time that they're more attracted to blue balloons. We're going to go look into it. We're going to try to prove that situation and observe how that turns out. See, I went way left on this. Sorry. Just exit what I was saying. I was thinking of two different things at once, so forget it. You know what I'm trying to say, though, you guys. Not from that, obviously, but it happens so often that you can't trust in the fact that just because somebody says that they did something, that they did it. If he would have truly confessed to this crime, folks, there would have been details with it. There would have been more to it, but there wasn't. And they knew that. They knew he wasn't able to do that because he wasn't there. And I'm telling you, that's the prosecution that knew that. That's the prosecution that knows that. Just saying. That's what I was thinking, Meg. It's weird. I think it's because I just watched that the other day. And I'm about to start watching that new dairy show too, and it's kind of on my mind, so I'm sorry.
Well, you know.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, please.
No, you're the boss. You're the boss. Go ahead.
I'm not the boss. The point is it's not an abnormal thing. It's not an irregular thing. It happens every single day. Thanks, Kane. It does. We could probably go find one right now if it's put out there. Not every criminal case is put out there. Not every criminal case, you know, televised or whatever. But it's probably just happened. As I said, that somebody else admitted to guilt in something they didn't do to better their situation in the future. It happens every day. It's not abnormal. It's not weird. It's not crazy. It's not something that people are going to say, yeah, that doesn't happen, because it does. Every day. Welcome, Charm. Good to see you. You're okay.
Love Quinn. I was wondering who Fiona was.
Somebody Fiona'd somebody. Okay.
Yeah, read her comments.
They will know. I really believe that. I'm sure they've tried to Fiona buy them for Fiona. Yes, you get them from the ogres.
For ya.
So it's a normal thing, guys. It's not a big deal. And it's funny because, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but the only people that I ever see talking about that type of a situation are typically guilters that don't want to accept the other side of things or see the red flags. And again, I don't mean it in a disrespectful way. I respect people's feelings, but that's the only people you see saying that. Think about that. That's part of it, in my opinion. It's got to be. Again, the man has 2 years to see. There you go. A good friend of mine was exonerated in 2019 after 25 years for a crime he did not commit. and good. Congrats and God bless him. 25 years this man spent in prison for something he didn't do. It happens all the time. It's not an abnormal thing. Marcellus Williams. The other guy that he's dead now. It's sad, but it was already stated in here. Where the hell did it go? Right along with the West Memphis 3, the Central Park 5. Every one of them spent, I don't know how many years in jail and in prison, and not one of them had anything to do with that crime. They didn't even know what was going on in that crime, but they were forced into it. Chris Tapp, that one, he's dead now. I'm pretty sure. Am I right? Something happened and he ended up dying now. But he spent a period of time in prison and got out, and now he's deceased. And he wasted all that time of his life that he could have had. There it is. There's an estimated 20,000 to 110,000 people locked up in American prisons at this moment. And take a guess at how many people are guilty. Truly guilty.
There's a guy here in Texas who the Supreme Court just set his case back to trial for, they found him guilty and put him on death row for shaking his baby, when he's always claimed he's been innocent and everything. And, you know, he has spent, I don't even know how many years on death row. And now they're saying, wait, you relied on stuff that was debunked years and years and years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a problem, folks.
And the Supreme Court told them you can't rely on debunked information. So figure out what you're going to use.
That is crazy. Only 10% are truly guilty, is what they're saying. How now that, yeah. What's up, Kane? How are you, bud?
How you doing, guys?
Good. Now there are some that admit to guilt that are guilty. Don't get me wrong. There's a few.
Before I say anything, what did Fiona say? I missed the comment. I think Eddie will agree with me. I haven't heard much from Hemisphere, but yeah, I think he's on the same track. Remember how I was saying the FBI was the one in charge of the investigation for the most part, as far as the IgG and the DNA stuff goes, and whatever else, you know, they were leading. And it looked like MPD was just kind of walking around shuffling their feet. Well, paying attention to Touching Grass world out in the real world, I was like, they are literally indicting the director of the FBI right now because he lied to Congress. Their entire motivation is to mislead and to lie throughout the agency from the top down. And recent events, you know, with this investigation just show, and you know, obviously when they were interrogating him, and so one lie just supersedes another in this case. Wouldn't you agree?
I would
I do.
absolutely agree.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
And we can clearly see where it's coming from. That's their modus operandi, right there. That's how they work. And so that's why I keep saying, you know, just like Diego does, that the cream will rise to the top. The truth will come out. But you have, I think the shoe that's going to drop is going to be a name, and it's going to be the connection between the feds and Brian Koberger. And that's the only piece that'll wash away his plea. Something solid, concrete connection. And, you know, whether or not judicially that ever goes through is remains to be seen, even when that happens.
Good point.
But yeah, you're right. He never provided any evidence. I feel like, am I rambling on? Do you guys like my avatar there?
Of course, they're all quite amazing. And no, you're not rambling. You're spitting facts, my friend.
Well, it's just kind of, I don't know if I've completed the thought, but just with the investigation of the FBI, and you have the FBI, it wasn't like we hear Homeland Security all that much, but they are involved also as well. And so its agency goes along with the agency. And literally, I mean, it explains, okay, the Fed's got this, cool. Make it look like you're doing an investigation. And they take a picture of the ground, and they take a picture of the wall, and then they take, they redact everything that was said in these body cams. And, they leave little pieces. That part's okay to hear. Are we so traumatized that we can't hear what a cop said to another cop?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. What do you think, Eddie?
Yeah, that's their excuse. What they're redacting is anything that's important that would show anything exculpatory, would show any signs of something unusual, such as a cleanup that happened, the amount of damage, where the damage is in the house, anything that would give anyone a clue and be contrary to the narrative. That's what's all redacted, not just blood, and we're being spared from the goriness of it all. That's not why the redactions. You're right. Is ridiculous.
Yeah, and when you talk about how they've done it in Texas, remember that guy they convicted him? He's a homosexual. I forgot his name. I played his documentary in the thing, and he eventually signed a plea deal that amounted to time served, and I was telling you about, even though the DNA came back with the sample on the panties, the prosecution and the judge said that it still wasn't enough to exonerate him, so he had to live the rest of his life with that. Oh, he's the killer, he admitted it, that's the stigma, and he's pulled over all the time. They come and mess with him at his house. Yep. Everything he does, every time he goes to the grocery store, he's the guy who killed this little girl.
I have a bad feeling that if Brian were to be exonerated, it would be the same thing. I know it would be, to be honest with you. Anytime he was in public, he would still be attacked. He'd still be accused.
So they've trashed his entire life. Yeah, they've ruined it.
Absolutely.
They ruined it so completely that it extends to his siblings. His sisters have been fired. We have all known that for a long time.
Right. That's true.
His mother doesn't even leave the house for anything because she's afraid to.
Well, I'm still surprised. I think a lot of people are probably still surprised that he's still breathing air at this point. I think
I agree
that if something's going to happen, the plan is already in place on that. What they're doing with these cell room videos and all this stuff is they're showing vulnerability.
Good point.
And you know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, what take away? But yeah, they're showing the vulnerability of the prisoner and the situation, and it's volatile. And when you have people within the system and you have a little bit of extra money, I'm just saying, and all the questions go away then, right, when Ryan Koberger's gone now, because we can never get a full, true interview, confession, facts that only the law enforcement know. So I don't know. I think if the FBI also has their way, he'd be gone.
Good point. Good
Makes
point.
things easier. Am I on a tangent again?
No, you're good.
It got quiet up in here. Hopefully I
you
got
made
everybody
such a-
thinking.
Just
You made
listening
such
to
a
you.
good point that you struck us dumb. We're all speechless.
I was just listening and reading something at the same time. Every wait a minute. Oh, yeah. So we do know one thing I will say. There's at least 2 more interviews coming with Dylan. Okay.
Yep.
So I'm expecting to see those, I hope. And more BS, but still.
You heard it. Did you hear in Jules FOIA that the video from 1112 only exists from 2:20 to noon?
Yep.
Where the hell's the rest of it? Oh wait, did
that's it.
what's his name corrupt it?
And it also says that she tried to FOIA the other video cameras, folks. Okay, I don't know if you guys watch Jules, but I do, of course. She tried to FOIA the other any other video cameras that are out there that she believes that Payne saw something on a different camera, as do I. I don't even believe that Olivia Gonsalves saw what she said she saw on the 1112 camera. Because you can't. I don't think you could. There's no way you can, because it faces the exact opposite direction.
My guess is she probably saw the car drive by and just assumed they got dropped off.
A car.
That's just my guess.
Yeah,
But she's
you don't know
talking about who walked the dogs or let the dogs. The dog or took the dog outside to go potty or whatever it was.
She said Kaylee and Maddie, but we know based on the documents it wasn't. It was Bethany.
I still think it's the house across the street.
And that's what I'm thinking. But that's either what she was told, or she just had it confused.
I thought you told me, Tomboy, when I saw the body cam where is there a camera across the street over here? And they walk and look just for a second, and I'm like, I don't know. It does look like there's not one. I don't know. But
we saw a bunch of cameras when Rory was there. Whether they were active, or not, I don't know. But I would imagine.
Well, what I'm saying is, there's not one ever going to be available.
Oh no, of course they'll say no, that didn't exist. No, this doesn't have. That wasn't there. There's no camera here, and if it was, it's gone now.
We need Twiz on the ground on that one.
Yeah. Well, go back. Somebody needs to go back. Hell, if I could, I'd go back and look my damn self and knock on the door and say, "Did Moscow PD take your camera footage?" I can't talk to you.
I still want to know what's in that shed. That where all the girls and stuff were sitting in the body cam. There's that shed with the power to it.
Yeah. See, my understanding was that at some point that was supposed to be some kind of an off-campus security building. I guess, I don't know.
Wow, really?
That was a talk a long time ago. So don't take my word on it.
That's just interesting you say that, because we wondered if it was some kind of radio station or substation for LE.
That's what it was explained to be, was because campus never had their own security.
At Pullman the police department is in the university, but at Moscow they pretend like they don't work for nobody.
Mm-hmm.
But
the university has their own police force.
Of course.
That just started, right?
Yeah, it did. It just started.
That's where
I heard that, and I have it in Muse somewhere. Whenever I get to do another show.
Yeah, that's the
that is really interesting, Dago. That I have not heard that.
Yeah, it was talked about a long time ago.
Because if it's holding your lawnmowers or whatever, you don't need power. it doesn't look like it's big enough for anybody to do like any woodworking, like
No.
because you couldn't even fit a 2x4 in there.
No, it looks big enough to have a little desk and a chair and maybe a radio and yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Okay. Right across the street. It's just weird. I mean, and it's not marked is the other thing. So,
and do you know when that appeared?
I don't know. It's, as far as I know, it's been there all along. Like, it's not like it popped up after the event. It's
No, if I remember correctly, I had read somewhere that appeared probably in March or April of 22.
Get out. This is why, you see, Jago, that's why your show is great. You bring people together and synopses start firing right outside your bedroom door.
I'm almost 100% certain I read it on 4chan.
I think that's where it did come out.
But if that is true, then that coincides with that huge, rug bust in March of 22.
Yep.
That was close to the property? Or just the...
Yeah, it was it was all around that area because it's pretty bad in that just probably maybe 10 square blocks around the university and all their campus housing.
You know, JJ keeps going on and on about the pill presser that they had at Pullman. They were making pet pills or whatever. Or no, it was Xanax. I'm sorry. And they were printing them, putting the thing on them and everything. And apparently these pressers you don't come by them easily. And so that just kind of adds fuel to the fire of what Tomboy's talking about as far as that area. That's a high level, probably cartel associated kind of money. I don't know. The university fraternities and sororities are their own cash cow, and they have their own power because they have people from top to bottom, in politics and everything else. And so, law enforcement, you name it. And so, whether or not they need any kind of cartel association, they may be dead set enemies as far as we know. And
good point. There's a couple names that I think should be reintroduced to this. People may disagree, but it's something that I looked into years ago that just got quiet, as always. And I'm not saying that they have anything directly to do with what happened here, but I still think they need to be not forgotten. There's multiple things with this case that should never be forgotten, that may just be important to some outlying pieces to this case. For instance, the whole thing that went down, and a lot of people are like, there's no connection, there's no nothing. And at this point, I'm gonna say no, that's not true. There's always the possibility of connections with other things that you may not think could be, and that's why I say that. Like,
yeah, that's a good general.
Right. The Hannah Cleary. Hannah Cleary. Does everybody remember who Hannah was? I'm sure we do. Most of us. Okay. She's the one that
overdosed.
Took her own life, supposedly. Yeah.
Yeah.
What she did, but she overdosed on Benadryl.
Didn't they find her in an inch of water too? Oh, no, we can't solve it. There's water involved.
That's the other name I'm going at Hudson Lindau. That's the other name that needs to not be forgotten about.
Eddie, you might remember this. Speaking of Hayden Villa, when you're looking at these new car drive-bys that have different antennas that they gave us, do you you remember the one that's going by, what is it, Sunset Mart, and how we noticed the antenna was different there? Isn't it strikingly odd that you have Hayden Villa and his friends coming back with a sign from Sunset Mart around the same time that this car is driving by?
Say that again.
I haven't looked that deeply into those.
Hayden Villa was the guy in the Dutch Brothers brown coffee sweater at the grub truck, Tomboy.
Yeah.
And him and when he went back to his apartment, he allegedly walked in on the police interrogating his roommate for stealing a sign from Sunset Mart. But we think he was just full of shit. And didn't he have a black eye at that point already? Like a fresh black eye that he didn't have at the grub truck? I mean, call me a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, we don't know when he got the black eye. According to himself, he's had that for...
He didn't have that shit at the grub truck.
Are you talking about Hayden?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never got a chance to look, but yeah.
Yvonne, I can assure you that there are so many up in that area that are not allowed to talk. I have family up there. They're not allowed to talk. And it's frustrating because they can't talk to you, period. Because perchance you might bring it up. They just don't talk.
Guys, but you remember when Roy still had his channel, he went live and he was there. I was streaming him while he was there, walking around, and people refused to talk to him. He was threatened by people. He was thrown out of places. There were people that he said that he felt like they wanted to talk to him, but they couldn't because of, you know, how people will exude a certain feeling, a vibe type thing. And he felt that there were people that literally said they can't talk to him. There were people that, like I said, threatened him, that people said that you need to get the fuck out of here at the corner club. He got thrown out of that. They dumped his drink and walked him out the front door and said, don't fucking come back. The man walked in, ordered a drink, didn't speak to nobody, took his laptop to the back, sat at a picnic table. They don't know if he was working or what he was doing. Somebody was watching him over the fence, doing the whole Wilson thing, eyeballing him, waved a finger or did some shit like that. And the owner walks up and says, what are you doing? No, I'm sorry. What the fuck are you doing? What do you think you're doing? Just sitting here having a drink. And they basically said, you can get the fuck out of here now. They dumped his drink, walked into the door and said, don't let us catch you back here again. What is that about? Okay.
I guess it took balls for Rory to walk into that bar. That bar
really did.
That bar's message to the world is stay the fuck out of here. Unless you're from here. We don't want nothing to do with you.
Exactly. But yeah, there's a lot of that went down. Truly.
Well, here's my point, Dago and Eddie. Eddie, you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Eddie's like AI. He's always there. So, what was the first thing I said? Okay, so if we have this different car that showed from the wonderful Willenta Lane or whatever it is, and Ridge Road, that's so clear in the date. It's the daytime video of Sunset Mart. Do we have the video of Hayden Villa and his friends stealing the sign? I wonder if anybody's put a FOIA request to that. Where's the rest of that evening's video? Why are they just showing a still shot or a one car driving by at 9 a.m. or 12 a.m. or whatever, and we don't see any of the other times? Give me the whole footage. Because that's the only way, pretty much, right, in and out of town, unless you go over the Pullman Highway. So, you know, that's another thing that you can put in the stack that they've left out.
Good point. Very good point.
This thing on?
Can you hear me?
Hemisphere fell asleep. He's appetizing.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
I hear you.
Yeah, the sign guy. Yeah, what they just said, that was the next call they had, supposedly. I think Lana does have that one. What's up, AR? Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well.
I'm here. I'm listening. I just got a lot of stuff going on in the background. I had to keep muted.
No problem. Yeah, there was other names, like I said, that were just conveniently forgotten about. Is it because they don't have nothing to do with this? I don't know, but I don't know. Like I said, Hannah Cleary's name was washed over very quickly. Hudson Lindau's name was washed over very quickly. And they act like those things are not important, but again, Hannah Cleary overdosed on Benadryl. There was a girl that was another roommate besides Maddie of hers that came forth one time, one video, made a statement and said that Hannah didn't kill herself. That maybe physically that's what they believe, but that there was a reason for it, that it happened. And then that girl disappeared. I can't find that interview. I cannot find any of that anymore. So I'm just saying there's a problem with that. The Hudson Lindau situation, Ethan was real good friends with him. If we remember that, like very close friends with him.
Well, that's, if you ask Lucy Morningstar how she's doing, she won't tell you. But if you say, hey, why did they call the girls Pretty and Perfect and Brian Koberger? Is it so? Is it so that Brian Koberger is the boogeyman? No matter what story comes out, it can't be good. There's nothing good allowed. Never. And with them, there's nothing bad allowed.
Right.
Yet explain to me how they're coming home with big fancy cars, always at the parties, always at the club, always at the island, in the boat, in the brand newest suit, in the brand newest outfit, right?
Yeah, and hey, Laylo, good to see you. And again, folks, and I'm not victim bashing. I don't do that. That's why I'm here, is to get justice for these victims. Okay,
not at all.
But big but with a capital B. Those girls were referred to at more than once by more than one person as mean girls. Okay, that could be taken in many different ways. People could have taken that personally in a different way than I would, than Kane would, than Eddie would, Tomboy, anybody. Okay, where'd she go?
Where did Tomboy go?
I hate when she does that. She doesn't say nothing. She just drops off.
She ghosted us.
Always.
Rage quit.
She doesn't feel good. But again, they were, even their own family members, at least on the Gonzalez side, has stated that Kaylee could be kind of a B word, okay? So on and so forth. But then at the same time, turn around and say she was the sweetest person in the world. Family is family. Family is family, period. Understand it. I get it. But again, other people that had referred to them as mean girls, per se, so on and so forth, it makes you wonder. It just makes you wonder. There she is. So I'm not victim bashing at all, folks. But I'm not saying that's even a true statement. I'm telling you, it's stuff that has been stated and put out there. I'm here for the victims. I want true justice, truth for what actually happened, and real justice for the families of the victims. That's what they deserve, not what they're getting right now, in my opinion, of course. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that, but these other names, though, that have been completely forgotten about, that have been completely ignored, it's been dusted off to the side, whatever, what happened with Hudson, pushed over to here. Nobody cares at that point. What happened with Hannah, people have forgotten about it, so on and so forth. Estes, are you talking about Estes? Dan Estes, Terry? If that's the name, if that's who you're talking about, with Scott Perky, yes.
What was the Estes thing?
She was asking the guy, the other partner, Scott Perky's partner, within the ownership of the house and stuff like that. His last name was Estes. So that's the same guy that his name was on the title at one point to the car that was found in Oregon too. So there's no connection, though. There's no connection.
Well, where the hand lays heavy, Digo and everybody, is that we have a narrative based on a girl that was a surviving roommate. She does nothing but lie in what we've seen so far through the body cam and through the 2 interviews about her activities that night. Dude, but on the other hand, you have the fact that isn't how they got the conviction. So you can't overturn it based on her lies, and then also with Hunter and Showalter distance themselves from the characters, from the victims, and so it's
Bethany.
Bethany, yeah, and now I'm starting to really calculate how she wasn't there. She wasn't there when the guys pulled up. Am I right?
No, she was not. She was somewhere across the road in another apartment, or standing down there by the pole. I don't know where she was.
Or
she
getting out of a car and coming up the steps.
Possibly, yes, but she wasn't there.
You cannot convince me that girl was not down watching football.
That's what everybody's saying because of the shirt she was wearing and where she came from, right?
Well, she wasn't in the 911 call. I mean, when they came walking up, she was nowhere to be seen.
That's very true. So why did Dylan say, "Come on, Bethany, we have to go"?
Well, okay, good. That's what I was just going to ask. I was going to ask, is there a situation where they inserted her at that time?
It sounds like it, doesn't it?
If she wasn't there, though, the whole night, then that's the hugest lie of all, because that's all of Dylan's alibi is going to Bethany's room.
Right, and that's what we don't know. We don't know that, do we? No, but we hear, is she breathing? I don't know, but we have to, well, I'll go check. Come on, Bethany, we have to. Well, what?
I don't think it was Bethany that was standing there.
Bethany hurried up and went in with you, looked and ran out the door and disappeared across the street somewhere and came back? Shut the fuck up. That's bullshit. We're not stupid. Stop trying to make us look that way. That's the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. It irritates the hell out of me.
And then it explains also as well why Bethany won't step foot near that town again, you know. And wasn't she the one that asked if she would be arrested? Was she the one that got? Sorry, Digger, what did you say?
She doesn't want.
She was the one that wanted to go home for Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Can I still go home for Thanksgiving? I have stuff to do. What? Your friends were just murdered, you dumb fuck, and you want to go eat turkey? Gotcha.
I wouldn't be. That would be the last thing on my mind if I was coming out of a haunted mansion attraction. I mean, like, okay, so going for Thanksgiving. I mean, now it's a quad murder, and that's the first thing out of your mouth.
Exactly, that's my point. Thank you, Eve. I do truly. I have so much of this case memorized. It's insane. It was jaw dropping. It was. But there was about.
Go ahead. Go.
There was word for word. It's in my mind. I hear it in my sleep, folks. It irritated me so bad. It irritated my soul. That you want me to believe this. I'm not dumb. I'm sorry. You can think I am. I know there's people that do, but no, I'm not. Sorry. Go ahead, Tomboy. I'm grabbing my coffee because.
Well, I was going to respond to somebody's comment up there. There's not a body cam of them being on the phone with 911, no. But about the last 15 seconds is on body cam, and that's where you see Bethany is nowhere to be found.
No, Dylan's not on the phone. She's standing directly across from Josie, who's on the phone when Nunez walks up there. And you can hear her.
They made it.
Go ahead.
They made it sound like it was Dylan.
And it wasn't. No, right. They passed it around. I almost, at this point, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but I did see that, Phil. Thank you. 11:26.
I don't think either one of the. Honestly, my gut tells me neither one of them girls were even there.
Okay.
And I will go all the way back to Ann Taylor asking for footage of the hotels that miraculously disappeared.
Yeah, that was a rabbit hole that opened up, and it turned out that hotel is a student, like an off-campus student housing, like an overflow, because they had such a bad rat problem in the dorms on campus and stuff like that, and it was uninhabitable. Does anybody remember that? The whole thing with where they went that night?
That would be why they have the glue traps all over the 1122 King Road house.
There were glue traps? I didn't.
You didn't see the glue traps on the floor? They look like little square paper boxes.
Oh, I'm the rat daddy. I don't know what a glue trap looks like. I just didn't see any 1122.
There's one in the kitchen and there is one in the living room.
No kidding. Well, I'm sure it's the Pacific Northwest. They probably got some Buick-sized rats up there.
Well, my guess, being from up there, it was either rats or water bugs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Because
that's
of
the
the
second time
moisture, but
water
then-
bugs has come up today. And Meg P had them in her house. But were you guys talking about this already? On the show? I'm sorry, I might have missed it.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm still here. I'm just trying to get my coffee.
No, you're good, Diego. We're on the down. Just
You ain't no lie there,
that's-
Phil.
Yeah,
But yeah,
that is
there's a
wild.
reason. There's a reason that Ann Taylor asked for those videos, because, like Dago has always said, she don't ask a question if she doesn't already know the answer.
Right. Yeah, I've said that all along, and it was honestly like she was just going through the motions for the record, not against her, not that she's a weak lawyer, but because she knew that she was up against the Hitler Friends and Family Plan. You can all go fuck yourselves, you know. And
Eve, they said there it doesn't exist. Anything, it's from, like, I want to say Jules said like 2:26 to noon. I'll have to go back and listen again, but it's after 2:20.
And okay, so wait, what was it? What were we talking about again? What's after 220?
Eve was asking about getting the 2:20 footage from 1112 King Road.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's another one. All of the cameras have this one car in a 20-second window driving by. Can we have the entire footage, please? Did you not ask for that, or did you specifically ask for that 20-second window? I mean, even the 6-hour window they must have asked for.
The thumb drive. They gave him the whole camera, so
48 or 72 hours on it, right? So where is that?
Yeah, but now all of a sudden all they have is 10 hours?
It's a good point.
Yeah,
I know there's a camera and there's a video about it too. I think Nina put it out. But there was a camera at 1126, folks. Okay? That has to be where they got some of the footage from, in my opinion, truly. And I was just sent the video.
I don't think they got the footage. I think Olivia got the footage.
Well, and that would show the girls being dropped off. Facts are facts.
And the dog.
Why are they not giving us right? Yeah, why are they not telling us that though? Like, just give us the other, say where it came from, be done with it, and move on. That's it. You know what I mean? What'd you say, Eddie?
What did I say? I haven't said anything. I'm just
You
chatting.
responded to somebody that agreed with you. I'm behind and need to know
we've
what.
been chatting about which bedroom is Bethany's.
Oh, the one on the left with the blinds is what I think is Bethany's room, and I think that was clarified. That's my opinion. Just saying. You're asking me.
Clarified by who? Because that's not what Bethany said in her interview.
I know that.
Hunter Johnson, I believe in his interview, he also said the wrong bedroom.
And why was it so messed up? It looked like there'd been a scuffle in there.
Well, it's redacted. We haven't been shown anything, have we?
We didn't. Kane, we're too dumb to realize that.
I'm with you, Tom Wood.
I agree with you, Nina. I do too. That would show a lot of footage, in my
The
opinion.
bottom left is her bedroom. Yeah.
Well, Meg, according to the cop, they both had beds in them.
Yeah, one was the office, the other was a bedroom. So who knows? I think one was listed as like a guest room too. That office.
Yeah, well, you know what? On a guest room, bro. When you're 5 struggling girls trying to make ends meet and go to college, rent's due.
Yeah,
rent's due. Who's that 6th roommate or 7? Whatever. Pay up that room. You're sleeping in that bed, or or maybe they were between roommates. Where's that? Where's the explanation? If there's an extra bed, that's extra money. And you can't tell me that every cent didn't count. Although in this house, they had multiple refrigerators full of the finest alcohol that I can't even afford. If I wanted to go out and buy a case of Truly right now, I can't.
That shit's expensive. You ain't lying.
So is that stock coffee.
Yeah.
I think there was stock coffee in every single fridge.
Oh, the stoked. Yeah. That stuff is like, damn. Ashlyn was
supposedly, yeah, she fulfilling her lease terms. Yes.
Thank you. Right, Nina. That's a good point. So if she was paying that, then yeah, but they were making okay money. Some of them were. You know what I mean? They had side things going on as well to cover these things. So, I don't know exactly. But go ahead.
So where did Bethany work and where did Dylan work?
I don't think we've ever touched on that before. That's a good point.
Who paid their bills? Who gave them money to buy all the liquor and drugs that they wanted?
We're never gonna.
I love that they still say that there was no rugs involved.
Yeah, they all.
And you have the twisted up bill with the driver's license. I mean, it's like, bro.
The funniest thing is,
you're not even trying to hide.
Every interview that was ever given by anybody that didn't live in the house swore up and down, no drugs. There's no drugs there. Stop it. Stop it. You're in college, and if you didn't have drugs going, come on, get out.
So how come they asked every person that they interviewed if they thought anybody in that house did drugs?
So that's a lie. That's another part of the magic show, right there. There's just like a little thread hanging out, and you pull on it, and it doesn't go anywhere.
And keep going.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say, because we don't have any arrests of any of the victims, but that doesn't mean that you weren't,
Well, I want to throw this up here real quick, you guys. We can't talk because for whatever reason I keep getting like feedback on it, but I want to run this real quick. Nina put out about the possibility of this camera, okay? Because I think it's actually kind of important. So just sit with me until it runs through, then I want to discuss it with you guys and get your feelings and thoughts. Thank you, Nina, for putting it out there. I appreciate it very much.
Well, can I just make one comment first?
Of course.
For the University of Idaho. Somebody's echoing. Dago has a
It's
video
because
up.
I had to pull that up. Go ahead. I pulled it down. Go ahead.
The University of Idaho, you cannot be a freshman and live in off-campus housing. So her parents either paid the university to say, oh, it's all right, she can live here, she's safe. But any other freshman that would try to do that who didn't have connections or didn't have money would not be allowed. Period.
Right. Everything's about money these days, and I agree with that. Good point. Very good point. Cough it out. All right, let's check it out real quick.
What he was doing when he parks in certain locations for extended amount of time. What was he looking at? That this white salon, this car took, and people are going to wonder what he was doing when he parks in certain locations for extended amount of time. What was he looking at? I want to know what he was looking at.
We're about to talk about allegedly one of the most...
Hold on, that was very quick. 1 second.
I've seen
I want to run it one more quick time.
things that they may have not seen. I know
Before you do, Dago,
path that this
am I echoing? Oh, because you have the video up. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's the house that they call the Shark Tank, right? Where the what do they call those fights? Where they elimination rounds? You fight until you beat everybody up. That's the house where that allegedly went down. So to think about it in that capacity, you would think, oh, they have probably cameras on that house more than anywhere.
Right. Could be.
That's all.
I mean, yeah. If that house has cameras, my God.
Hotline.
Hold on, you guys.
Okay, guys, let me ask you a question. What are we watching this video for? To see where there are possible cameras in the neighborhood? Is that the object?
Well, not only
I
that,
think
it not
Go
Because
ahead.
I feel like it. That's why. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
oh shit,
that
it
was
just started
ugly.
raining.
That was ugly. God don't
No
like
elevator
ugly.
music.
I didn't think you guys could hear me. That's why I was. Or
Michael, you
I
forgot
didn't
the
think you
elevator
thought
music.
I could hear you. I know. That was the boss lady. She said hello and thank you all for being here. But I was interested in this because I've always wondered if here's my issue with this whole thing. That's why we're talking about it though. Because if there's a camera there, which I'm pretty sure there was, because I remember when Rory was walking this, and he said he swore that he saw one there, but that is what it is. Okay, we don't know. Why would they not tell everybody that
Who's
it's
they?
there?
Authorities?
Yeah. Why would they not say, hey, we saw it from here, here, and here, because they told us about 1112 and other things. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. Why is anything
Because
with
they
these
would see
people?
Rosendale getting dropped off and walked in the house.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if the camera was where that big picture window was,
Sorry if I scared
you would see the crime happen. For
Bingo.
fuck's sake, you know what I mean?
Bingo. Everything should have been able to be seen from that house. Everything, whether even from stuff that went on in the front of the house. Think about that. I think that house right there, the 1126 house, for those of you that weren't sure where it was, I'll show you again here real quick, just the house itself. But it had back patio, back parking lot, Queen Apartments parking lot, front parking lot, 1112. It could see everything from that point. That vantage point is huge to me. But
It's literally like looking up in a movie. You know, it's like being in a movie theater watching that house.
And they never talked about it. I think that is the one that Jules was talking about. That and or the one that I had told her way before about the one that Rory found directly across. Okay, if you're looking at, let me show you something real quick.
Real quick, before you show us something real quick, I have an answer to that because they're minimizing what evidence they have that shows what really happened.
That's what I think too, yes.
Yeah, in other words, they have all these or possible multiple security footages that show a lot of information. And they look through them and say, this one shows too much. This one, we don't need that one either. It shows too much. This one really doesn't show much. And we can't get rid of them all. That would be too suspicious. Right. So we'll just keep this one that really shows diddly.
But 1126 would show everything, you guys. And in my opinion, everything. If Brian pulled up in the back parking lot and walked down to the backyard through the back slider, guess who saw it? 1126. If he parked in the front of the house.
Show me that footage. Case closed. Day over.
100%. But they haven't. They never talked about having it. They've never showed it. They've never even approached it. That name's never come up. That address never came up. Guess what? Why? Well, guess what?
Because they probably threw it away.
Or it was burned up in the fire, or it got ruined in the refrigerator.
Do the footprints coming out of the back of the house lead that way? Do we know?
They actually no. They go to the left of the back slider and up the hill, like to the back of the Queens, and then they go around the stump to the front of the house. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because they split off this way,
right?
In the letter to not tear down the house, other vantage points from the outside. Oh, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Good point. Thank you, SRB. Siggy, good to see you. I think that's why it wasn't brought up. That's the whole point, because it would show. If they had Brian Koberger there, if there's a camera there, which there is, I believe, should show him walk in and out. That should be that's it. That's the nail in the coffin. But they're not talking about it. They didn't show it. And don't tell me it's because they didn't have to. Because if they had it, they'd have told us about it and showed it a long time ago before. They would have never done the plea deal. Okay?
Are you going to show that video again? I'd like to see that video again, dude.
Yeah, real quick, I will. It's real fast. Whoever put it, I think Nina put it together, and thank you, Nina. You did a great job. Thank you, SRB.
But would you really be able to know it's Brian Kohlberger? Wouldn't he have on his ninja outfit on, though?
I can't sometimes with you, Eddie. I can't. Yeah, he would need to be able to kill 2 people at one time. You're right, and be in 3 places at one time. Very good point. That was good. I love you. I do, truly. I wouldn't know what to do without you some days, Eddie. I swear to God, I wouldn't. All right, guys, don't talk because I don't want it to echo. One moment here. All entry and exit points. How could you get in and out without anyone seeing you? Where the next potential. Right. Good points. Good points. Good points. Here we go.
Seeing things that they
By the way, I like your choice of music on this too, Nina.
may have not seen. I know for a fact the path that this white salon, this car took, and people are going to wonder what he was doing when he parks in certain locations for extended amount of time. What was he looking at? I want to know what he was looking at.
Look at that right there. Tell me that you couldn't watch somebody come in and out of that door before and after crimes committed and not have that footage. That is the cat in the bag right there, in my opinion. That's the answer to the whole thing. So if it exists, that's why we haven't seen it. Well, because if they have an entrance to the back part of the house, Becky, I would put a camera there to see somebody coming or going. You never know. Just saying.
Let me ask you a question, Dago.
Yes, and I want to give you an answer.
What's that?
I said, yes, I want to give you an answer.
Right. You already did. No, can you... That's the kitchen, the closest slider. Is there another slider on the other side of that? There's... Okay, wait. That's why it's really screwing me up.
Upstairs, there's no other slider.
Okay.
That.
Does anybody have... Or can you remember a link to when Kaylee and the guy she doesn't know... What's his name? Hunter Johnson... are talking to the cop about the noise complaint?
Yes. There's one slider on the bottom and one on the right above it. Right.
Yeah, she comes out one slider, and directly above that slider is the one for
her
the
bedroom.
Upstairs, which was in her room.
Yup.
So when they're talking to the guy about the ticket, that's not her room. About the sound, about the noise complaint.
Right above the door that her and Hunter come out, that's her bedroom.
Can you Can you play the video without it echoing? And if you pause it, because looking for 1126, I can't. It's fucking me up. I don't know why.
No, it's all right. I get it. Give me a second. Let me go backwards real quick.
I've seen things.
Hold on.
Oh, I get it. I get it now. Yeah. That's the one below Kaylee's room where they're talking about the noise complaint. And then there's another slider, another level down. See, that's
where they came out with the noise complaint. The kitchen, that's her bedroom. I think it looks a little bit more expanded because of the viewpoint.
For some reason, it doesn't look the same as in the noise complaint video. I'm having a Mandela effect right now. I feel like there was a slider parallel with the front of the house past where the kitchen's, but
I think it's because of where we're looking at it from. Here, let me show you the other video real quick. It does look different in that video, but let me show you something real fast. I know what you're saying now, and let me show you why. It was Berenstain Bears. How you know?
Oscar Mayer.
Yes.
Bill's very interested in watching this one. This would kind of gross people out, I guess. Sorry.
What, the noise complaint one?
No, my avatar.
Oh, well, you say I changed mine for you.
Hold on, I can't see it yet. Oscar Mayer. Called it.
All right, hold on a minute. Let me get up in it a little bit further.
I almost kicked myself out.
Good Lord. I can't even stand looking at that man's face anymore because I just want to smack him for everything.
Well, they gave him an award.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the
fake award.
What the Twitty Peabody Award. But I told Lana, she put a post up about it. I said that the only reason he got it is because they gave Hitler Douchebag of the Year already. You know, but it was a very tight race.
I'm imagining it was, yes. Okay, so here's the guy that doesn't know Kaylee that is hanging out with her. There's the kitchen slider, okay? And then at some point, hold on. They...
Yeah. You see what I'm talking about?
So her slider is right above this. One level up. Remember when he mentioned no stairs? That's weird.
Okay, see now, you see that little alleyway to the right of the slider?
This here?
The area where the couch is going back.
To the right.
I thought that led to the front of the house, but that goes to the Queen Road Apartments.
Yes. You're not the only person that's ever had confusion from that. Never. I promise you.
That one messed me up.
This is a weird house. Guys, this house is so screwed up. Truly. The way this house was built is just weird to me. This was the front part of the house at one time where the address was listed, and that's why it, like, when we first started covering this case, we put it into GPS and it took us to the King Road, or what the fuck? What address is this? This is Queen Road, right? It took us to King Road. Deliveries go behind it to the other road. It's just a weird situation, bro. The whole thing. And because of the way it was built and annexed and all that, it's just very strange. There was a garage down in front in the parking lot.
Yeah.
And all that. That was the back of the house. Yeah, right. Nina's right. This right here was the front part of the house. And then they added on and added on and added on. Like, it's just weird. The add-ons, the additions I've never seen, very rarely have I seen a house that has additions built on top instead of out. You know what I mean? It's so weird. The orientation changed and everything. David's right. Very strange ass house. And it was all about making more money. That's all. They were going to charge at one point. There was an article I read about this that Molly had shared with me, how they were going to break this down and add on to it again and separate the addresses and make separate apartments within here that are rented out by themselves.
Yeah, it's funny that they always refer to the house as an apartment and the individual rooms as apartments.
And they did do that. They rented each room out as an apartment by itself monthly. That's the weird shit, bro.
Well, and then that's like the cops already know that, but they act like they don't know anything. That's inside information. It's a house. Which room was yours in the house? Not which apartment.
Yep.
Was yours.
Yeah, this was a house that little boy Green grew up in when he was just a little tyke. Before he got
a little evil Green.
Little evil E. Yeah. Little evil G. There you go. Before he became Big Daddy Green to all the girls, the young girls, because he was a pervert. Anyway. Oh, it definitely was not. They were far off a code on this shit. Look at the landscaping. That'll tell you itself. Okay. That's why the landscaping is like Mad Max in a Thunderdome.
Well, right where your cursor is right now, right in that little alleyway, if you look at the end of that, couldn't you see college kids just hopping down, popping up, grabbing a bag out of that popped out screen window, and then hopping back up, and the cops wouldn't even have a chance to see them, let alone catch them.
Yeah, and if you go take a hard right here at this couch, turn completely around, and go up the hill, there's a stairwell that walks down onto Walenta. Completely. So there's a lot of ways to get in and out of this.
I'm not saying that because I think they're guilty of any crime. I'm just saying that because I think that way. You know what I mean? And that's
Dave didn't have a problem saying that there were drugs sold out of this house and into this house.
Also, look at the way was this Gunderson? Who was the cop? Does anybody remember his name? Look at the way he's standing in the reflection. That is just exactly how they look at us, isn't it? It's like, you know what I mean? Like he thinks he's like, he thinks he's an alum. Like he's part of the party. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. He's trying to pose right there.
He thinks he's all that.
And a bag of chips too. Yes, Eddie. And Michelle. Yeah, I mean it's a mess, folks. Truly, that's Rosenthal that greets her, and I think it's
Thank you, Wickford.
Who's the other guy that stood at the door after the murders, like the whole day? Starts with a W, I think, is the other officer that's there with him, training him. I mean, it's as interesting as that is.
Yeah, and again, in this one now, it seems even more important that they walked right up to the back door.
Warner, thank you. And yeah, they didn't even walk to the front door. That will tell me they've been here before. They know where to go for whatever reason. Now, that's always been a question of mine. Always.
Yeah, no, I mean, now in hindsight, that little detail, the devil's in the details shit,
yes,
really pops out.
Well, here's why that's important to me. Think about this for a minute. If you're not familiar with this house, you're going to walk up to the front door on the ground level and knock. But guess what? Nobody's going to hear you right away. But
name one video where a police come to a house where they just automatically go to the back door. If they go to the back door, they're like, "Oh, we're not supposed to be doing this," but you know, it's like at least they'll have somebody stationed at the front door.
Because they know that if you go to the back door, you're knocking on the floor that the living room is on to get their attention better because they can hear you better, but you got to know the house to know that, bro. Think about that for a minute. You have to know the inside of the house to know that if you knock on the front door, they may not hear us right away because they're upstairs on that second level. That's the living room. But if you go to the back door, it's right down the hall. from where they're standing playing beer pong or whatever they're doing. You got to know the inside of the house to know that. I thought that was quite interesting.
Yeah, this house trips me out. This is wacky now. I guess we really didn't have the tour of it. And have we seen a video go to the third floor? I guess we don't really see Maddie's bedroom, do we? That's still a mystery.
I did multiple virtual tours on the inside and outside of the house way back when, but yeah. Yeah, the house is like a maze. It's a joke. The whole thing, it's a mess. Oh, I'm sorry. Who's that? That guy
Who is that guy?
They don't know each other, bro. they don't know each other at all.
Is that Kylie or Kathy?
I think to him that's Kylie, yeah. That's so disrespectful to me. That pissed me off that day he did that. You're sitting right there, but you don't know her, huh? Okay.
Wow, bro. And he's close with this girl.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't know her name and
this kid is at this house.
No tears.
Every day. Every body cam.
Every video we see, he opens the door. Comes to the door. If you're not part of the house, why are you even coming outside? What are you coming to the door for?
Right.
You're a grad student. Why are you hazing freshmen?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think he's doing? Now it's one thing to say you were playing champagne and robbers or whatever. Boy, I'll bet he wears about a size 18 shoe, doesn't he?
He's a tall kid. I never realized till just now how tall he was.
Oh, did you look at the size of his feet? Rewind that shit. Hold on, I'm gonna fill up my coffee. Be right back.
Yeah, he is pretty tall, you guys. Look at as he goes through that door, it's taller than I thought he was.
I just realized something too.
He's got big feet for sure. I'm not saying that means something. I'm just saying.
I didn't know any better. I think he'd be trying not to.
He does have large feet. The kid's got to be at least 6'2", 6'3". Anyway.
I'm surprised he ain't wearing flip flops walking around without a shirt on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Yeah, he almost hit his head going in. That's how tall he was. Look, and that's. Jesus.
No, we don't. I don't know nothing about no Kaylee.
But he don't know her. He don't know her at all. That's what kills me. The separation between that he does it, Showalter does it. I guess if you can hear it, CH. Hold on. Give me a minute.
His name must be Alfred.
Hold on, because I didn't add it with sound. I'm sorry.
His name must be Alfred.
$100 tickets coming your way.
Okay.
And it only gets more expensive from there. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fair. Absolutely.
Actually, let's just do it this. What's a good phone number for you? Is this 1122 here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like it slides open and it kind of skates. Yeah, I think that's. I've said that, Nina, that I think that Xana and Ethan were the first attacked. I've always thought that for quite a while now. She said that's why I think Xana was attacked first, but the last one killed. Okay, that's interesting. That's an interesting point, Nina. Very interesting point. Yeah, that big black thing right there is a JBL speaker, folks, and I get the noise complaint from that thing because the thing blasts. Okay.
But we never hear it.
No, there's no noise complaint. There's no noise to complain about. So why are they there right now? I think it's only fair if we go here to go here, but there's no sound. I didn't listen. If that speaker was hooked up and running when they were up at Decor's house, we had a fucking heard every sound coming from that speaker. Clearly, you know that. I didn't hear a thing. As they walked down the hill, I didn't hear anything.
I can tell you. I'm sorry. That the redacted part of that conversation where they're walking up the hill to the house is you got to come up here and check out these chicks. You got to see the one with the titties. Like No offense.
Well, that's how they referred to her on just about everything I've ever seen. It's disgusting. The 4chan post they refer to her is that. They don't even call her by name. That's what they call her. It's pretty disgusting. But that's what I didn't hear that. They said that to the other one.
I'm conjecturing. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, you're okay. They do. A lot of people have referred to her by that, never by her name. It's very disrespectful. Thank you so much, Michelle, for that. Hunter looked terrible on Amazon Prime. Makes you wonder.
Was this Rosie?
Yeah, that's Rosie and Warner.
Okay, Bob has a theory about Rosie, and one of the reasons why they was patrolling the neighborhood that night was to drop off Rosie right before 4:00.
I know.
Then he picked him back up later on.
Well, it's an interesting theory because I'll give him that because Molly claims to see Tesdell in the car, but only one person. That could be too, Nina. That very well could be. That's a good point.
Well, they couldn't hide the fact that Rosie and what's his name was patrolling the neighborhood that night. That they had to try to see about connecting the Brian Koberger theory about White Launcher on that.
Well, if Rosie was there, even if he didn't have nothing to do with the crime and he was in the house, that's something they would cover up immediately. Think about it. We can't have one of MPD's officers in that house for any reason after, before, or during this crime. So that would be hidden immediately. Okay.
Well, we can't have our officers patrolling the neighborhood when we're trying to connect this guy from doing it. That needs to be connected to it. See, we can't accept that. That's what they're doing.
Well, they circled this area multiple times for whatever reason, and they always ended up back at that stupid fire hydrant right across from the band field. But they circled this area and tried to claim it was Brian's car. And Payne proved what it was. It was the student car, or the whatever the hell they called that. Anyway, that looked tan under certain lighting, that Molly claimed to see a tan sedan with one person in it with red spiky hair, which we know is Tesdell. And at some point, she says that she doesn't see but one person in the car. Where was he? He was in the car at some point. Then where did he go? And why was Tesdale alone? There's my question. They were together.
And where's the fleet of hybrid vehicles that they bought to save gas and save money? He literally says, yeah, they bought us hybrids. Not hybrid. He didn't say they bought us a hybrid.
No, hybrid.
He said they bought us hybrids.
Yes, I remember that.
And then we never see that vehicle before or after again.
Yes. Agreed.
Women's patrol. The only thing I could think of.
What did you notice, Eddie? By the way, you just noticed something, Eddie.
Yeah, that was quite a while back. Terry's paying attention.
I was listening. I just thought everybody was making statements. I figured you just inject yourself, but that's okay. What were you?
That's
what did you
I was
notice?
just listening. So, you know what's interesting is nobody yet has talked about how that video begins. It begins with Steve G saying he knows for a fact that Brian Koberger was parked up there surveilling, blah, blah, blah.
Uh-huh.
That, to me, is the most, I guess, noteworthy part of that whole video. That's the takeaway, is you either have to believe that Steve G is just stupid. He's an idiot. He has no intelligence. Or the other option is you know that he knows that that is not true. He knows that it's a lie, in other words.
At this point, yeah. Agreed.
So what's interesting about that is, why is he lying?
Well, if he said it long time back, I don't know where that clip came from, so I can't give you an exact time from it. But I remember him making a statement that he said, you can see him walking into the house.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember which interview it was in, but he says it. Now, I know, you know, and a lot of other people know that Steve didn't say that because he saw a video and he saw somebody walking into that house. That's not why he said that. He said that because they told him, yes, Steve, we watched him walk into the house. We know it's him. We got this in the bag, Steve. We know it. That's where that came from. And he believed it. And
don't you can't like complete the pic. We can see pieces and you're trying to connect them. And I'm going to push back on that a little bit and not allow you to get away with that. We don't know that that's what he's thinking. My point is that he knows that it's baloney.
So do you think that he knew? Well, he knows now, but do you think he knew then? Because
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that was stated like way back when. I can't remember exactly when. But do you think he knew then when he said it that it was bullshit? Or are you referencing it as of now?
He knew then. He knew then that it's bull.
That I don't know about. It depends on when it is, I guess. I think that he believed it's for some period of time that it was him because of what they told him. That's my opinion, of course. That's how I feel about it. And I think at some point he came to a realization and realized no. But he's never stated that. He's stuck with his guns on this the whole time. And I don't quite understand why. I feel, like I said, I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying I feel like he knew, hey, Kim, great to see you. How
many times does he get hoodwinked by the police, though?
Through the whole thing? Many a times, because
you think that?
Yes, I do. I do. I think they used him, Eddie. They used him to a certain point.
There's got to be a point where he realizes that he's getting hoodwinked, though.
Well, I think there was towards the end.
He can't stay hoodwinked forever. So at what point does he realize that he's been hoodwinked?
Like I said, I think he did it. I think he caught on towards the end because he kept getting the same type of information, but then he would come out this way and notice that it wasn't right. And he started questioning that, I think. And then at the very end, when it came out that they weren't going to give him what they promised him and the death penalty wasn't going to happen, is when it smacked him in the face like a sledgehammer that I was used. That's what I think happened. That's my opinion, of course. Like I said,
this all ties into how your live stream today began. It began with he's saying that the Kaylee and Maddie died in the same bed together, and although that is probably what a crime scene photo would show, is that they're in the same bed together.
But according to him, they never allowed him to see that stuff.
But I still want to find out when we heard, because I still believe we heard it from the family. I can't be sure on that until we find it and examine it together as a group. But what I'm referring to is I want to find out when we were told that they commonly sleep together. They share the same bed together. Y'all remember hearing that?
Yeah.
Haley and Maddie go to bed together. They sleep in the same bed.
Right.
It's a normal thing. Yes. Yes, I did. I still don't remember when it happened, but I remember hearing it for sure.
That's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
I remember a interview Steve had just before the hearing or the change of plea hearing. I thought right after that little comment he made about Thompson that he was going to take that opportunity at trial to call him out on his stuff, but it didn't happen. All of them pointed out everything at Brian Copeland. It didn't go down the way until after it's all said and done, and then he had his son come up in front of the media to say exactly what they wanted to say about Bill Thompson. So I believe that he didn't really fall for their bullshit too much anyway. Pretty much knew what to expect.
Oh, well, like I said, I took it as because of the trauma. Okay, because they're fast talkers. Hey, Rach, good to see you, hon. And because they they know how to approach him at some point. Okay, they know that he's kind of a hothead, all that kind of stuff, which he has every right to be because of the situation. So Kane, so I don't think that Steve caught it till way later on, okay, because he didn't want to, in my opinion. He wanted to believe they were on point with what they were doing. He wanted to believe that they were doing the right thing. He wanted to believe they were going to give him his answers. Don't like he said, don't worry, Steve, we got this. Because he did say at some point, if you remember, that he had wanted the feds to pick this up and take, if he had the choice, that he would have dropped it there. And thank you, Noel, I'll get it. And that the feds would have picked it up and that would have went all the way with it. That's what he would have done. He said if he had the choice. But they said, don't worry about it, Steve. We got this. If you guys remember this conversation he had, no matter what happens, no deals, no nothing. We're going all the way with this death penalty, blah, 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 so on and so forth. We got this on a federal and a state level. That's what they said that he said they told him. And I think he wanted to believe in them. Maybe somebody kept him. Maybe Chrissy said, just believe him, Steve. Just believe him. I think they're right. If you remember right, she never faltered on what her thoughts were. Somebody asked him if he believed somebody else could be involved at one point, and he said yes earlier on until the end when he changed his mind. So maybe his wife got in his head, something like that. I don't know, but I think he believed in what they were telling him for the longest time. And I think, at some point it finally came to a head where he said, you know what, this is bullshit. They're not telling me anything. They won't show me anything. And that's when he started going the other direction with it. That's just, again, that's how I think and feel about it. Because
I'm tracking right where Hemisphere is coming from, is that the more lies, wherever they came from at the outset that they told us, and as they are proven to be lies, the further back in the case they go and the less significant that they look to the outside world. And it gives you more plausible deniability. And then it also is relevant in where they give us the shortage of videos, the shortage and the redactment of documents that I forgot where I was going with it. You know what I mean? That it makes us look like, it makes us stop questioning whether or not there is more video. At some point, we're like, well, I guess there's, logically, they would think at some point they're just going to give up. There is no more video. You know what I mean? There are no stickers on the poles in Moscow. Back to your field, comrade. So
it's like they didn't even get the autopsy report on Kaylee until right before the hearing.
Right.
So they didn't even get that from the very beginning throughout this whole damn thing. As a parent, you have a right to that. And they took that right away from them.
Right.
That's just my opinion. I mean, I'm just saying, if it was just me and that was my daughter, yeah, I'll come at you guns blazing. Because, you know what I'm saying? That's mine.
Mm-hmm.
You can't, and as a parent, rightfully so. So I can understand the anger issues that family has for that whole daggone thing. I get it. I don't blame them at all. But I thought for sure that he was going to when he pulled that table out or the stand the way he did, I thought he was about to go left field, but he didn't do it. But yeah.
I think he was warned.
There's a lot of overacting in this case. It's like, we know you're acting, Dylan. Just drop the and then I bet you she got back in the freaking car, lit up a joint, and said, "Fuck, let's get the fuck out of this place." I guarantee you, she could have given a shit. And then you have Steve, and they try to make it look like he ripped the bolts out of the ground, and he's like the Hulk who's gonna go all nuts. Then he's like, "You and shame on you," and it's like. Right. Lesson learned. It all goes cyclical, Dago, because when you see now Charlie Kirk's wife, before the body's cold, she's forgiven the guy that did it, right?
Yeah.
And that's what we've been saying, that if the G's wearing with these hats, sending these messages, and marrying forensic frenzies, and just being all these good Christian people, are unable to forgive. And so I'm like, what are they taking the lessons from our case and then just applying them to the next lie? I don't know.
It's possible.
That's the reason why I said what I said earlier, that the way they put it all on Brian Kohlberger and then say this is the guy that did it, and then now we go, oh, okay, it must be true. And we all sitting here going, bullshit. And okay, we got our guys, so we're fine now. Everything is good. Got the thumbs up, and yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is coming from somebody who kept very personal information about your daughter in tight wraps away from you, telling you they got their guy. And they go sit there in front of God and everybody and say they cannot prove he did it. But we're going to accept the plea deal.
Yep.
Now, to address the one lady, I'm sorry, Mr. Go ahead. My bad. Hotline.
Sweeping it all up underneath the rug, pretend like nothing happened. Just walk across the rug with caution, will you? Don't trip and fall. Might hurt yourself.
Could you imagine the conversation? Because from what I understand, the way I see it anyway, is that the information being relayed was going through Shannon, his lawyer, right? So when you're somebody vulnerable, like a victim like this, you have one person you trust, and it's this lawyer that you're paying. He's supposedly on your side, and the question would be like, should we believe him? What should we do? He's like, I'd believe him. You know what I mean? Hemisphere?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I was asking you. I'm just hypothetically, that conversation, if you're a fly on the wall, how else is it going to go? But the problem is that we see the column, I'll call it, of the way that they identify their perpetrators in all of these assassination cases and all of these high profile stuffs that go on. They do the exact same thing to everybody. Yeah. Instantly start to think. Now, 9 times out of 10, it's a believable, like, oh, okay, he was on Discord and he did it, whatever. But then you have these anomalies where it's like, I don't know if any of them are real now.
Well, if you got your own lawyer sitting there right beside you, pretty much saying that dude's a crock of bullshit, that's what I'm saying. They had their own lawyer pretty much being their advocate feeding them whatever information they need. They wanted to know because they couldn't find out nothing. And however the message was received, I could see Steve going, well, that's just a bunch of bullshit. And then it all just don't add up, and then that lies on top of lies on top of lies on top of lies. Well, at least they got somebody.
Well, as many times as I've read the cap paragraphs of Lucy Morningstar, one thing I can remember is her saying that Bill Thompson's son lives right next door to Shannon. Shannon, not an Idaho lawyer, by the way. He's out of the state of, I believe, Washington. But so why hire a Washington lawyer has no experience in criminal defense whatsoever? But when you want to talk about where the leaks come from, where are these leaks coming from? Bill Thompson's son lives next door to Shannon. And so that's just enough. I think it's like his son-in-law. That's just enough of a 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon to give information to and not have any culpability. And then, of course, if anything gets out there, you're going to cover the shit out of it because it's family.
Well, something else I need to draw attention back to real quick is way back when Brat Norton. Some of you guys are familiar with her.
I am.
Okay. And she was coming to me. We were working with her. She was giving us information. Holy shit. Lucy! You got some splaining to do.
Get out of here, Lucy.
She said the fuzz. Thing is awful at repeating facts. We forget about it. That's all. It's fugazi. Good to see you, Lucy. I missed you, Lucy. And Eddie, I did it just for you. I hope it worked.
It's always good to hear that.
Yes. Shannon Gray's office was next to Nate Wilson's. That's what I thought. I thought it was Doug Wilson, the church guy's son's house or something. I thought that's where that was. That's what I thought I heard before. Nate Wilson is Doug Wilson, the Church of Christ preacher, pastor, the guy that lights everything on fire. Nate is his son. That's what I thought I understood.
It's said next to Bill Thompson.
That I don't know.
Which one is? See, I know Bill Thompson. Oh, Shannon Gray is next to Doug Wilson's son.
Yes. I don't know what that means, but I do know that's what I had been told. Sorry.
Yeah, I can't regurgitate facts very well.
I'm good. There's too much to remember in this, girl. Don't be hard on yourself.
No, that's all right. She says so many things; it's hard to keep up. Why haven't we heard from Cyraya?
Because his stuff has not been unsealed yet. That's what. Lana
So we
said.
wait till it's unsealed, like they were saying in the beginning. Okay.
Yeah, we're waiting on that, and then he's doing an interview with Lana, and that's when I guess it's coming out. When he started to teach a class for Homeland Security, though, about avoiding the plea or something like that. So
are you serious?
Word of God, yes.
Wow.
What was I trying to say beforehand? Hold on. Wait a minute. Eddie, wouldn't you think that Steve Gonsalves would request another autopsy like the Chapins did? It's backwards to me that they did it because they were so avoidant and that the G's, not because they were so involved. Well, see, and that's interesting to me too, that, and I'm not victim bashing. I'm not bashing the families, but it's interesting that the Chapins never had anything to do with any of this from the beginning. They claimed that we're out of it, we're done, it's over, we're moving on. But they had information given to them that was true and real information as compared to what was given to the Gonsalves family. I thought that was interesting. Good morning, Lucy.
Wasn't that the reason why they went to trial?
Back to bed.
Here recently to get everything redacted again? Was it because of those Chapins or?
I'm sorry, I talked over you, Hemisphere.
The Laramie. You're thinking of Laramie. They're trying to get the photographs shut down. That was the Laramie family. That's Maddie's family. If that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, I can't remember which one. It's one of the families. I can't remember
Yeah,
which one it was.
that's what that was about. About
Did
the
you see
photograph.
what Terry posted there?
About this
Shannon
here?
was assigned to Steve as a handler. Yeah, that would be.
I've heard that before. Rory told me that a long time ago.
Yeah, that would make sense. It's a favor thing or something, or because that way you have a lawyer who's can pose as a lawyer, but isn't even an Idaho lawyer that you have to pay bar fees to. You can just do like a salary or something with them. That would make sense.
Nope, I get it. I'm looking, you guys. I'm looking, and I completely lost what I was gonna say. No way would Kaylee run downstairs yelling someone was there and end up in between the. No, she wouldn't. That's unless somebody took her back up. That's true. I think we all agree with that, Terry. Guys, I don't even know where I was at. I was starting to say something and I completely lost it.
I'm not gonna Lucy.
Too many things.
Leave redacted doing redacted alone. She's mine.
Yeah, they have become the face of Othram very conveniently. I'm uncomfortable with that, to be honest with you, too.
Yeah, you were definitely on point before when you're saying the refrigerator was left open and then it was tossed for stuff that didn't even need to be refrigerated.
Yeah.
It's already in a bag. It's allegedly on a slide, for processing. But now the temperature changed 20 degrees.
There's no reason for any of that stuff to be tossed. It didn't need to be refrigerated to begin with.
But I think the general picture is just that Moscow were like Steve G. They just wanted it solved, and they wanted it solved fast. They left it to the FBI. FBI says, we're not doing it. All right, here, give us that. And then, check out this guy. How, the way they got to Brian Koberger's name is so queer as far as an investigation. It's literally ass backwards, right? They create a family tree of all 80 names or 100 names and then zoom in on his dad.
So you think that it's genuine that the FBI contacted MPD on December 19th with that tip?
From what it sounds like, 5 days later, Othram contacted Stacey Chapin and said they got the guy. 5 days. So everything was just buying time. Oh, let's stop doing press conferences because we got the guy.
But why would they only contact Stacey? And clearly just Stacey.
Because they were best friends from that party. They got drunk together and made out or something. I don't know. They're obviously, sisters in something.
There's a point to that, though. There's a point to the fact that they went to nobody but them in a 5-day period and said, hey, we got the guy. You're good. That's odd. I'm sorry. Friend or no friend. That's weird.
She literally tries to cover it up as she says it. She's like, not that I knew anything I wasn't supposed to know. Not to get anybody in trouble.
Lucy.
And you think 350 Americans give a crap about that comment? But look how huge that is. Oh, they told me within 5 days. It's literally on video.
Now I know what I was saying. I think. I'm going to go back to it again. Hold on. So, go ahead, Eddie.
Kane, did you answer my question?
I'm sorry, do you have a question?
Yeah, I said, so you think it's genuine that the FBI contacted MPD on December 19th with the name Brian Koberger as a tip?
Well, what I'm saying is that they did it on November 27th or whatever, 29th. It was all done and paid for. So if you're saying, did they give it to MPD on the 19th?
I think MPD knew by the 25th of November.
I'm asking. Never mind.
No, I'm sorry. I I think if Chapin's knew, it would figure that everybody would know.
And if you believe that that's true, what he stated about what they stated about December 19th.
Yeah.
Do you agree with it if it's real or not?
I think it's real, but I think they knew well before that. That's just when they made the announcement, right?
Which that's what I'm saying, Isaac. They put it out at that point, as in that's when they found out about it. I don't believe that, and that's.
But did that answer your question, Eddie?
No, I'm as confused as ever, but that's okay. We can move forward.
Didn't Othram also say that a white Elantra was involved? How the hell would they know that?
Angel.
Oh, Kane, can you please repeat after me? It's Moscow.
Oh,
It's
that's
what?
right. That drives her nuts.
It's Moscow.
Moscow.
It's Moscow.
Just like Boise. Say Boise. Watch her flip out.
Oh, don't. That is not a Z. There is no Z in the word Boise.
Pronunciation kills her. She's married to a teacher, so that's why.
Angel D is right, though. My head hurts.
Hello, I'm from there. I know how to pronounce those words.
But everybody says things different.
You will do as you are told.
Again, I was just back to where I was going to be on with my stuff, and I completely lost.
Yeah, what was your thing?
I don't remember now.
You just remembered, and then you forgot you remembered?
It's chaos up here.
The Kane's chaos. Welcome to the Purge, everyone.
I have
The Purge.
Idaho 4 brain damage. You've got don't anybody say a word freeze.
From now on, for me, it's gonna be. Never mind, I forgot.
That just like Brett Payne. Yes. Okay. So I started bringing up the Brett Norton thing. All right. If everybody remembers that, this goes back to the Steve Gonsalves comment we talked about a while back about how he knew certain things or didn't know things and what he knew, or, all that fun stuff. So anyway, Brett was working with myself and Rory and a couple other people. Okay. She was telling us these things that we thought we had no reason to believe they weren't true. We came to find out they weren't, obviously. Some of them weren't. But I was sent text messages from Steve Gonsalves, or Gonzo, the name he went by on Facebook, and her, where he was reaching out to people. She reached out to him first, but then he comes back. Steve was looking for answers to things back then. The point that I'm getting to with this, okay? Is that I think that Steve always questioned what law enforcement told him, but believed some of it. With that, I'm being told, or with me saying that, what I mean is that's why he's always looked for answers. That's why he leaked things. He leaked the Linda Lane footage to get a reaction, to see where that was going to lead him to, what people were going to do, what was going to come out of it for him to go in that direction. There's part of it. Okay. So I've always believed that he questioned everything they told him to some aspect because he didn't believe them. But he still took it and put it out. So
same with the text messages thing.
Yeah.
I mean, his name's literally attached to it.
It is. Yes, and he put out things. He admitted to leaking and having people spread rumors and things that weren't true on purpose to specify a specific narrative, to help to push a specific narrative. Sorry.
You were talking about Brett Norton though for a second.
That's who I'm talking about with that. That's how that all went down. That's how that started in some senses.
And
he was given
JJ found out that she never even went to WSU, let alone had classes with Brian.
Well, I knew that a long time ago.
Yeah.
I didn't know she claimed that. Wait, Brett Norton claimed that she had classes with Brian?
Right? Isn't that how she came to the light? Was that he was a sexual LGBTQ hater?
Not with me, she didn't. No. That wasn't her. She came to me in another. She came
Oh,
directly.
BK. That was BK Norton. I get the two confused.
Oh, okay.
The KS in my head. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know who that one is, but I understand. It's okay.
Actually, I got to step down. I got to get headed to work. Thank you, Dago. It was a pleasure. Chat, everybody. I'll see you next time on the Purge. All
right, buddy. Thank you again. You're nuts,
See you,
bro.
Kane.
He's nuts. He's nuts. You're nuts, brother. He cracks me up with his picture changes and stuff. But anyway, so to get to that, back to that statement, you guys, that's what I was saying, Eddie, is that at some point, I think Steve always questioned what law enforcement told him because he claimed that he was doing his own investigation, all this. But then at some point, yeah, I believe he was on board to some extent. Okay, he had to have been. But I think it was always a two-sided blade with him, if that makes any sense. I know some people don't believe that. Some people can't go at that. And some people refuse to go at that. And that's okay either way. This is just my feelings on what I've seen. But that's kind of what I was getting to with that statement. That's all. So anyway, I finally got it out after an hour and 45 minutes. I'm sorry it took me so long, you guys.
Well, if nothing else, we had a good laugh today.
As we always do when we do. Yes, I agree. It's just utter chaos. Literally. This whole case has been. It always gets confusing at some point. It's supposed to. That's what they want. They're winning. They're winning. They got their point across. Keep these people confused. They'll never get to the truth. I still doubt very much that SG actually thinks that Brian is the guy. I agree with that now at this point. I think he's seen enough.
Agree.
To know. No, he didn't do it, but he can't come out and say, see, here's the bad thing. Sometimes people are so overwhelmed with their own pride. And it could be something more. It could be something deeper. But he'll never admit to it at this point now. It's too late. I think he ruined himself with it. He'll never admit to it. And Christy never did even remotely feel like she was ever going to be okay with saying that she believed that anything, anybody or anything other than Brian was related to this. Because at one point, I remember Steve saying, he was asked, I don't know if it was by Enton or if it was by, what's her name? But they said, could you believe that there could be other people involved, Steve? And he said, sure. Christy said, nope, not even close. So how do these two people live in the same house and they're nowhere near the same page? And that's been that way with just multiple things, not just that statement, you guys. Remember that. Because remember, Drunk Turkey got a statement from Christy, not Steve, but a statement from Christy. And then Steve comes out with 2 weeks later with a completely different statement. How are they never on the same page, but they live together and they're both fighting this together, supposedly? And I truly believe that, SRB, that she's the boss, period. She runs the show. What she says is God's rule. That's it. That's how I've always seen it. I mean, that's how it works in my house. So why wouldn't it work there? You know what I mean? Yeah, they're very persuasive for a lot of reasons. But, you know, she's more emotional about this. And to keep her happy, did he just go along with it? Or is there more to it than that? But that's the first thing she said, Speed Lady. You're right. And I've stuck with that for a reason. That she believed that the person that did this was somebody that Kaylee knew. Please tell me you guys remember her saying that in the interview. Because it was facts. She clearly said that in the very beginning. And I've never let go of it because that's what I think too. Just saying. Just saying. She did say it. That's been my point. Kind of hard for me to believe it.
Chat is starting to get silly.
Knowing all the bullshit. Oh, yeah. That led up to the... Yeah, good point, Hemisphere. Good point. All right, guys.
Between her comment and the mayor's original comment, Yeah.
Which what? Repeat it, because I, of course, don't
The
remember.
mayor's original comment was this was a crime of passion or
Yeah.
a rug deal possibly gone wrong.
But that's where I think we're at. Well, not in those. You know what I mean, Tomboy. We talked about it. So, yeah.
Tom Toy, you're back. Good to see you again.
Yeah, I'm home now, so nothing is gonna. It's not robotic.
Yeah, all said that they cleared people too soon. Yes. I think all of those statements that were made in the very first interviews that they gave sit today as facts now. I think they were right then. I think they were led in a direction that took them away from the truth on purpose and then brought them back at the end. That's just how I see that happening. I know it sounds crazy, but that's what I see.
Well, Bagel, I'm going to jump down, but before I do, I think we figured it out on, the whole who released the photograph or the short video of Brian Koberger in the prison, and whether or not it was somebody like working in the prison who then later quit to avoid, accountability. I think that's just all a narrative. I think we figured it out together as a group.
Right.
I think
Nobody
it's a
quit.
crock of shit.
Agree.
Lucy, I agree with you, Lucy.
Good points. Good points. Good points. I agree with you guys.
Maybe you fill in your coffee.
No. Yes, I agree with you guys. Caden walked in. You know what happens when he walks in.
So I'll jump down. And talk to you later, Dago, Tomboy, Hemisphere. Chat, good to see you all today.
Thank you, Eddie. I appreciate you, bud, as always. Hopefully you'll be back soon. I appreciate you, Tomboy, as well. Thank you. I'll be talking to you because we're doing this meeting after this for sure. So I'll go in there and wait. Yes, we are.
Oh, okay.
There's a couple reasons it's important that we were supposed to do it the other day, but I didn't get a chance to. Hey, Glitch, good to see you. Okay. So please, if you can go in there, please do. Okay.
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 Blow your nose and eat your cough drops, whatever you got to do to go in there.
Okay.
We never had the meeting to begin with, SRB. That's the whole problem. I went in, nobody was there, so I left because the wife called me, and then I come back and I see later that everybody went in there, but I wasn't in there. So
yeah,
it's always my fault. So just blame it on me. It's okay.
Oh, we don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, Rachel. Yes, it was always a good problem or a good panel. Good problem. Jesus, see what's in my head.
See, now he's calling us problems. Huh?
No, I was referring to myself.
And you want us to go into your chat?
I was referring to myself. I know you have a head cold. Clean the ears.
I don't have an ear infection.
Do that. Pop.
No, I don't want to pop my eardrums, but thanks, though.
Does it hurt?
Yeah.
That sucks. Just saying. Thank you, Tomboy.
I don't get sick like this very often, so.
No, I haven't ever heard you this sick before. Yeah. Ever.
All right, I'm dropping down.
All right, hon. Thank you again.
Uh-huh.
What's up, Siggy? What's your question? And then the next one I do, we're doing a Q&A, folks, about the case. That's the next show I'm doing on this one is a Q&A, just so everybody's ready. Get your questions ready. That's what we're going to do on it. Hemisphere, thank you, my friend, for joining us. I always appreciate your input and insight as well. Very, very much so, sir.
Thank you. They go for giving me the platform.
Yes.
This is wish my background didn't was too loud.
We fixed it. We fixed it. No big deal.
Well, anyway, I'll see you next time, boss.
All right, brother. Have a good rest of your night. Talk to you soon. See you soon. All right. So, yeah, Siggy and Mike, I'm trying to, as I missed a lot because of Reno's. What happened to Wisdom? Please. Oh, Lord. Wisdom passed away a few months back, hon. She had she had something going on that she didn't inform a lot of us of, but it was surprised all of us. So she passed away, sadly. We miss her very much. And the Purple Hearts are in memory of her as we try to keep her alive within the community as often as we can, as much as we can. So that's what happened. So it was very sad. I'm sorry that you didn't know about it. So we beyond miss her. Truly, we truly do. She was a very foundational part of this community. I probably wouldn't still be here if it wasn't for her. She kept me on my feet very, very often. Very often when I would have bad days, bad problems, bad issues, we talked a lot. She kept me standing upright, and that's a fact. So I will always miss her, period. Always. I see things that remind me of her left and right in this community, that she created, that she brought about, that she brought to the table. This case, I wish she was here to see the end of how this all went down, and maybe the other side of it too, but I'm sure she's watching it from above. Yeah, she would call me out when needed to be. She was all about common sense with everybody that was in here, and that's all she ever wanted was people to use their common sense. But we do miss her so very much. So I'm sorry that you're just now finding out, Ziggy. She was amazing. She really, truly was. So, thank you guys for being here today. I appreciate you very much. It was a very interesting conversation, to say the least. I appreciate you all, the mods, for being here as always. I couldn't do without you guys. And we'll be doing it again very soon. So if you guys don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, please, and thank you. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. Thank you to anybody that chose to support the community or the channel via super chat, super stickers. Thank you to, we hit a goal again right out of the gate. 10 super chats. You guys are amazing. Thank you to anybody that donated in that sense or any other. You guys are amazing. And I'm nothing but love for each and every one of you guys. I promise you that. So God bless, folks. And I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye now.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. righteous fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir, echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all